Hi everybody, Renegade67 and/or 68 here with some more Let's Play stream Fate Stay Night Unlimited Bladeworks of the Blind Variety. Oh shoot, I screwed up. I didn't say and/or a million times, which, you know, I did screw up my yesterday's video though. Unfortunately, the audio of my voice is kind of messed up, but oh well, thankfully it was only one, and it was kind of short, and it wasn't the big epic climax or anything. But Saber has left, so now we're having a big fight with Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is an enemy who is very parallel to Shiro because they fight kind of the same, but Shiro's a faker, and now Shiro is determined to beat him. How will Gilgamesh react? He'll either be mad or laughing mad is my guess. Saber is left. She believed in my promise that I would win and went to save Tosaka. Let's start. Oh, the intro song of Ken. The title theme song. Always at the most epic moments. Let's start, huh? Not let's end. Not Shinji though, just Tosaka. I have no hesitation now. All that's left is for me to defeat the enemy in front of me. Okay, laughing. Thought so. He doesn't take me seriously enough to get actually angry about it. Shiro finally actualized what he got from the archer fight. Yeah, I suppose, but I feel like he even said that he already got it from the archer fight, so he's just... It is a bit of a retread, but I guess it's actualizing it. It is something to laugh about, I suppose. That's his development? Come on, Shiro, develop better. Are you mad? Are you letting go of your only chance of victory so that you can save that girl? Idiot. It is a lie. To sacrifice yourself. You are a true hypocrite for not being able to realize that. Letting go of your only chance of victory. I mean... Oh, hey, admitting Saber could beat you. Well, you do like Saber, so I guess you have to admit that, even though... even though once it actually starts, you'd be like, no, you... Well, to be fair, I guess it goes a couple ways, because in Timeline 1... Actually, I think you did whip out Aya and you expected more of a clash, but then you were disappointed Saber got beaten so easily. Maybe that does come back to the fact that Shiro was a weak magic giver, though, and Rin would give her, maybe Saber, the appropriate energy that Gilgamesh would expect for that clash from Timeline 1. It's a lie to sacrifice yourself. Oh yeah, Gilgamesh is definitely the opposite in that respect, too, because Shiro, you know, hates himself, loves everyone else. Gilgamesh, you know, puts definitely himself first. In the truest sense of the form. You are a true hypocrite for not being able to realize that. Number one hypocrite, you win. Yes, I shall praise you for that. The noble phantasms are set. There are about 30 of them. If I want to block them, I'll have to create it. The marble.
贋作偽善者か別にそういうのも悪くない確かに俺はフェイカーだからな
Imitations. Faker, huh? Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad. I certainly am a faker. Alright, embracing the faker nature. I raise my arm. Alright. I close one eye and look inside of me. Oh.
勘違いしてた俺の剣聖っていうのは剣を作ることじゃないんだ
I had the wrong idea.
そもそも俺にはそんな器用な真似なんてできっこない
My magic isn't creating swords. First of all, I can't do such a skillful thing. What can you do then, Shiro? That's right. Tosaka said it too. I can only use one kind of magic. Strengthening? Strengthening and projection are just a byproduct of it. Tracing? Understanding the elements of stuff?
そうだ。俺にできることはただ一つ。自分の心を形にすることだけだった。
Oh, that's right. There's only one thing I can do, and that's to put shape to my mind. Ah, to make your dreams a reality of a sort. Your imagination is just that powerful. And yet, couldn't your strengthening be far better if that's the case? I guess it's because it's using something that already exists, so altering it with your imagination is hard, but the world already exists. So, if you had to strengthen the world to change it to one that you prefer, wouldn't that be harder than projecting a whole new world for yourself? Is that what's happening? Are you like, and when Timeline 1 ends, and it's like not the most satisfactory ending, is Shiro creating a sort of reality marble that goes back in time on some level? Because his imagination is that powerful? He's faking by creating a version of the sword that's his. A copy of the sword, as it were. He's not creating it from nothing, but rather, making shape to his imagination of the sword. But if it's based on that, then yeah, that could go to the extent of he's making the alternate timelines, which is crazy. There's only one thing I can do, and that's to put shape to my mind. I grab my right hand with my left and glare at Gilgamesh.
体は剣でできている。
Say it in English, like the cool kids. I am the bone of my sword. Don't worry, if I was older, I'd know the English. The Archer fight was him saying he won't be Archer. It's here where he finally says how he's going to be different. Saying he actually won't save everyone, but that was never the point. The ideal is like a utopia, something to fall, but knowing you'll never reach it. Archer actually thought he could save everyone. Shiro knows he won't save everyone, but still wants to. Yeah, I guess there is a difference. Because Shiro was never forced to confront the dreaded reality that no, he can't. This Shiro confronts that he can't and still chooses to chase the ideal foolishly, but not. I get it. I get why he'll never grow disillusioned of it, because he's disillusioned from the start. I get it. Blind idealism, well-tempered and grounded optimism. How optimistic is it, though, if you yourself realize you'll never get there, and yet you still strive to get there? I suppose. He's accepted it's the one target he can never truly hit, but he's taking the shot anyway. See how close you can get? You never keep doubting the lie until the very end. I can see the merit in that. I am the bone of my sword, he said in Japanese and not English, for shame. I cast the spell. Casting is only a suggestion to change myself. These words are connect Emiya Shiro. Ah, that's right, because Shiro can always hit the target. He's always able to hit it dead on, just by wanting it. And except the one time where he tried to miss. So, yeah, in the sense of archery, this would be the one target he can't hit. But archery is about a state of mind, as Ayako would have said. It's not necessarily about hitting the target. Yeah, that's fair if you want to use that through line, but that was, from forever ago. We haven't talked to Ayako again in quite a while. Wrote a whole essay on UBW Shiro's response to this. I cast the spell. Casting is only a suggestion to change myself. These words are to connect Emiya Shiro.
そうか。よまいごとはそこまでだ。
I see. I am done with hearing your nonsense. Uh-oh! The numerous noble phantasms are released. I'll make it. This is why one of my eyes is open. I pull out a shield from the hill to block the oncoming noble phantasms. A shield from the hill? What? The archer shield? I mean, I know that's your shield, but you never saw that fight. How did you get that shield? I guess you saw some of his backstory when you were connecting? Gah! The swarm of swords batter against the shield. It was only forever ago because you're slow and distractible? What was forever ago? What are we talking about? What do you mean forever ago? The archer fight? I mean, did I call that forever ago? Regardless, doesn't really matter. Sure, wouldn't have seen it. Anyways, the swarm of swords batter against the shield. The shield is me, myself. My body breaks up as each petal of the shield is pierced and damaged. The shield is yourself, but didn't have actual lore behind it? The talk with Ayako. The talk was totally forever ago. What are you talking about? It was the very beginning of this pathway. I mean, you can say, oh, it's not forever ago, but that was the very beginning of the pathway. Literally, as soon as things started changing, that was like the first thing. But anyways, my body breaks up as each petal of the shield is pierced and damaged. Yeah, that shield can be seen as somewhat of a metaphor of himself, but also, apparently, there was supposed to be real lore behind that from what I understood. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. There's only one place I need to reach. I mean, if he's just ignoring it and didn't make a shield, and he's just using the fact that he's got super duper endurance because of Avalon, I'd be more willing to accept that than, oh, he pulled the shield out. How? I don't know. The flowing power fills me to capacity in an instant. Nani? What caused his shock? Is it his noble phantasm that cannot penetrate through a single shield? Or is it the magical energy in front of him? Wait, you're admitting that it is a shield, and not just your body? Earlier you said it was your body. Ah.
幾度の戦場を越えて腐敗。ただの一度の敗走もなく、ただの一度の勝利もなし。
I've created over 1,000 blades, unaware of loss, nor aware of gain. It breaks. The overflowing magical energy cannot be controlled. Magical energy 10 times the capacity of the circuit breaks its foundations trying to escape. I cannot break through? Oh, was there a difference to the chant? I don't remember, but I'll take your word for it. It's in Japanese versus English anyways, it's already a difference. Steel is my body, fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Blood trickles from my mouth. Uh-oh! The shield is full of holes now. Your body is full of holes? Archer is unknown to death nor known to life. Right. Unaware of loss, not aware of gain. Oh, okay. So instead of unaware of loss, not aware of gain, it's unknown to death nor known to life. I see. That means maybe he's accepting that he's known to life. That would definitely be an improvement. Unaware of loss, nor aware of gain. Right. I feel like Shiro could gain something, even if he was then going to give it to someone else, but... Even though the noble phantasm did not reach me, my body is full of holes. But still.
担い手はここに一人。剣の丘で鉄を打つ。
That definitely feels different. Without pain to create weapons, waiting for one's arrival. Without pain. The magical energy rages around. But I don't care. This body is a circuit specialized to use this one magic from the start. I'm sorry, what? I did bad reading? I'm sorry, what? Withstood pain to create weapons. Oh! I said without pain to create weapons? Yeah, I'm a bad reader. Definitely. Withstood pain. Yeah, he did withstand pain. There was definitely a lot of pain. That makes more sense. But anyways, this body's a circuit specialized to use this one magic from the start. I was gonna say actually, the thing about Ayako and that talk, I remember thinking, oh wow, it's a through line, interesting. I'm sure there's gonna be more interactions with Ayako, and that's gonna go somewhere. And there wasn't more interactions with Ayako, but I suppose you could say there's something of a through line that harkens back to there, but it's certainly not a message that he's thought much about, really, at least not that we've seen. There should be more. There should be something beyond this if I can't make it with this circuit. No, it's already there. Circuit specialized to use this one magic from the start. So you're just going overboard because you have faith? That's good. Well, given how good you are at tracing the elements of stuff and such, is faith enough with Rin's magical energy? Well, given that Saber's not fighting Assassin anymore, I suppose she doesn't need it. Will she have enough for the Grail without burning out, so we can actually see each other again like Saber promised? It's already there, it's just that I can't see it. There was no limitation to the circuit from the start. It was darkness, not a wall, that stopped the magical energy. The limit is somewhere beyond the darkness. The rest of the energy in your body, the more than 30 you mean? You're saying your magic is more than just 30 in your body? You were just bad at accessing it? And so you're making do with the 30 limit? The limit is somewhere beyond the darkness. I can buy that.
ならば我が生涯に意味はいらず
I have no regrets. This is the only path. Yeah, I guess this would be his version of the reality marble then. This is his response, as it were, to what to do about the dream. Magical energy 10 times the capacity of the circuits breaks its foundation trying to escape. And I use 100 circuits to take in 1,000 times the capacity. 10 times the capacity of the circuit. 100 circuits to take in 1,000 times capacity? So suddenly you have 100 circuits, not just 2. Nice! Fate mentioned the lots of circuits was the stuff he didn't even use, and now he can use it. Fair.
この体は無限の剣でできていた
My whole life was unlimited blade works. I cast the true name. At that instant, everything breaks and everything reforms. Believing to constantly go after the dream, knowing that it will never truly come true, is very commendable, but doesn't necessarily fix his self-hatred issues, though there does seem to be some development there. I guess I was expecting more in this timeline, though maybe they're saving either all of that for the afterwards or for the timeline 3, I guess. He's, underestimating himself for sure. He was finally, in the moment where he helped out Rin in the church, against Kuzuki, when Archer betrayed Rin, he finally believed in himself for a moment to let him actually form Kansho and Bakuya in that moment when it should have been taking him overboard. So he was doing it for the sake of someone else, but here is the first time he's probably really believing himself just for the sake of himself and not to protect someone else, because it's to protect his ideal, if anything. I like that growth. And yeah, having all the lines light up is very nice. There is definitely a lot of lines. That definitely makes you think back on all the times he was only using 1 or 2. Secretly, he probably had way more metachlorines all along. I wonder if his total number is closer to Rin's or if it's actually much more. Maybe where Rin has like, 400, 500, maybe Shiro actually has 1,000 metachlorians all along. Actually, if 2 lines was representative of 30 metachlorians, 30 magic points, let's say like 2 lines is 30 points, and now he's got all of these lines just by a quick cursory count. I'm counting like over 30 at least, which arguably means his metachlorian count is multiplied by at least 15. If that metachlorian count can be transferred in that way, which would mean, let's see here, 30 times 15 is a big number. 300, at least 500. Wait, 30 times 15? Yeah, 30 times 15, at least 30, and that's only what we can see. So I think he at least has on the level of Rin's magical count. Yeah, now he has, as he said, not aware of gain, not aware of loss. His self-hatred is solid. He won't descend even deeper anymore, because now he has no loss. He won't get better? That's definitely sad. Shiro is still hyper-specialized. Everything breaks and everything reforms. Oh, there's the fire. Through the fire and the flames, we carry on. Fitting. Fire runs. The fire becomes a wall and creates a border, changing the world. A desolate land remains. A hill with numerous swords. Dashes. What does he think of the scenery? The golden servant stands there with a gruesome expression. Gruesome like he hates that it's so fake, or that he's actually taking you seriously. It looks a bit different than Archer's. Archer's looked a bit more brown. Yours looks a bit more, almost like it's embracing the fire aspect. It looks more red. Maybe it's just time of day affecting that, though. I like him having more circuit was shown the whole time with the 1-line, 2-line. You see all the dark lines not lit up. Yeah, it works. Definitely works. But I do wonder, is all the lines we see all the lines? Or if like the image zoomed out, would there be even more lines? That's right. I don't create swords. I create a world that contains infinite swords. This is the only magic allowed for me. The magic of imagination. A desolate land. A graveyard of swords devoid of life. Every sword exists in this world, as swords are reproduced just at a glance. Oh, there he is. We actually get to see him properly, and not like from the back or anything, or in the middle of a fight. This is our first time properly seeing Shiro, not in Rin's timeline, you know, not just in his interaction with someone else, but just himself. Fitting. This is Emiya Shiro's world. Not the hero Emiya's, but Emiya Shiro's. The one who knows that his dream would have eventually become bad, and so knows to aim for it anyways. Okay. A reality marble. As Archer said so long ago, he's a maker, not a fighter. His own mind. It's the greatest forbidden magic that embodies the caster's internal world. This is heroic spirit Emiya's noble phantasm and the only weapon I possess. It looks a little different than Emiya's. If anything, I would think that this is more Shiro's version, especially given that you chanted it differently. Everything is here and nothing is here. Okay. So before, it's almost like you were spending magic each time to create a mini world each time to get a sword. But here, it's like you have the world all at once. You have all the swords you could ever want. No giant flying cogs for one. Yeah, no time travel, indicating cogs. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's what cogs mean usually. That is why this is called Unlimited Blade Works. This is the only definitive answer obtained by the one who lived as a sword all his life. You tried to be a sword for others? Makes sense. He has been obsessed with swords for a long time, for sure. And yet he still gets summoned as an archer instead of a instead of a swordsman. Reality Marble! So this is your ability. I take a step forward. Stuck in the ground next to me are the swords that are floating behind Gilgamesh.
驚くことはない。これはすべて偽物だ。
There's no need to be surprised. These are all imitations. It fits you better, especially now that your dream is something of an imitation. Now that you realize not only is it an imitation of Kiritsugu's, but also that it will probably never properly come true, just like how these swords aren't the real swords, and they'll never be the real swords. Your dream will never properly come true. I like it. I like it. There's a parallel there. If anything, that means he should be able to use this even better.
お前の言う取るに足らない存在だ。
As you say, they are all trifling swords. I reach out my arms. He has more actual experience using a bow. We never freaking see him train with it during the game. We're just told that he's good at using a bow. Show don't tell game. Dang it. I reach out my arms. Maybe in Timeline 3 we'll finally see him using a bow a bit. I don't know. I want to see him use a bow. The swords come out as if to accept me as their user.
だがな、偽物が本物にかなわない。
There it is.
道理はない。
That's the line I was waiting for. There is no rule that an imitation cannot defeat the original.
お前が本物だと言うなら、ことごとくを凌駕して、その存在を叩き落とそう。
If you say you the original, I shall surpass every one of your weapons and destroy your existence. Yeah, the problem about originals is that, usually as, life marches forward, we always see things that copy the original find ways to improve on the original. Like, the original came up with the idea, in theory. Granted, Gilgamesh didn't make any of these fucking swords. He just owns them because he's a fucking pay-to-win bullshit. But yeah, even if, like, someone makes the original sword, it'll always be that someone else who can take that sword as a basis will find something more interesting and unique to do with it and carry it forward. Because not one person is going to have all the amazing ideas in the world to what would do with the thing that they create. So in that sense, it should be natural even for the fakes to surpass the original. I move forward. In front of me is the servant with 1,000 treasures. You can make way more fakes than 1,000.
行くぞ、英雄。
Ooh.
武器の貯蔵は十分か。
Yeah, no rule in original is automatically better. Of course not. Oh, he has so much magical energy flaring right now that he's even got the metachlorian showing through his face. Basically, you're a Hydrox cookie. Yeah, exactly. Gilgamesh is the Hydrox. Shiro is the Oreo. Granted, the Oreo company's done some shady shit, but, I guess Shiro's done some shady shit, to be fair. Especially if you count future Shiro. Here I come, King of Heroes. Do you have enough weapons in stock? Oh, exactly. I love that, yeah. I was thinking that too. You have 1,000... I was thinking this a long time ago. The idea that, oh yeah, Gilgamesh has, like, all of these original treasures, but they're all the originals. You can only have so much originals. There's a limit. Shiro can make as many copies as he wants, and, like, he can copy, like, one original multiple times, or even make up a fake sword that didn't even exist. He's got way more potential in this department than Gilgamesh does. I said this a while back. I just didn't know if he had the metachlorians to reach it. But now with his confidence and Rin's stuff, he does. Do you have enough weapons in stock?
思い上がったな雑種
You forget your place, mongrel! The enemy opens the gate and readies numerous noble phantasms. I run across the deserted land. The two groups of swords start the final match. How strong is this ability of his, really? Can he make a sword basically at no cost because it's just within this alternate reality of his? I know creating the reality marble in the first place takes a lot of energy, but once he does it, like, how do you lose? Shiro with the legacy of an ancient Magus family running through him. I mean, which ancient Magus family? We don't know what his original last name is. Oh, oh, right, Tosaka. I understand what you mean. I missed the point originally. I got it. I had to read the comment again. Oh. Status screen updated. Oh. Now you phase out? What's even the point of phasing out? Is this not just an easy loss for Gilgamesh? What updated, I wonder? Gilgamesh, what do we get? No. Do we get something for Shiro, maybe? Oh! Unlimited Blade Works, Infinite Sword Creation. Alright, different Shiro, I think, but a special magic called a Reality Marble, which Archer is able to use, can duplicate any weapon he has seen, but the duplicated weapon has its rank reduced by 1. Oh, okay. Defensive equipment is also possible. It requires 2 to 3 times as much magical energy. Rank E to A++. Type, range, magical target, It's whatever his imagination allows for, I suppose. E to A++, by comparison, I mean, he's also E to A++, but it's actually got a limit in such of anti-personal noble phantasm. Hi, Tom's Tom. Did I ever say hi? Well, I said hi again. Oh, boy. What is that? Or is that Saber who said, what is that? I already forgot. Who cares? The first thing, Saber. Right, that would make sense, because Rin would have already seen it. Unless Rin was up close. But if she was up close, we would have seen the image up close. The first thing Saber sees after getting to the lake is a giant mountain of meat. So I wonder if Gilgamesh still has any tricks up his sleeve. He's still got Ea, I suppose. I wonder if Gilgamesh will make a fight out of this. I wouldn't even be disappointed if Gilgamesh just easily lost from here. Although I definitely enjoy a genuine fight. The first thing Saber sees after getting to the lake is a giant mountain of meat. She is not a normal knight. But I do wonder, thinking back on the reality marble, definitely, with its parameters being based on your imagination and will, possibly, like, he definitely needs magical energy to set it up in the first place, but once he sets it up, it definitely feels like one of the hardest noble phantasms to, beat, if I'm understanding how it works correctly. If your mind makes it real, as it were, it's very hard to beat that once you have a good imagination and good thoughts on your shoulder. I suppose Archer's always been limited by his magical potential, and in this version of Archer is from a future where he became all cynical and stuff. So he'd be limited in that way too. So theoretically, this past Shiro, when he grows up, should be much less limited in that sense. In theory. It also makes you wonder if future Shiro ever fully tapped into all 100 of his things. Or, assuming he's got, however many of his magical ley lines as they were. Yeah. It makes you think, like, was he only working off of a few the whole time because he never gained full self-realization, as it were? She's not a normal knight. She fought many monsters back when she was called a hero. She has even fought dragons, considered the strongest of the fantasy races. But even Saber falters against the mountain of meat. Is this the real enemy when Gilgamesh is just the cakewalk? Because, first, Saber beat Assassin without too much trouble. Now does Shiro beat Gilgamesh without too much trouble? With this as the big baddie, the meat flesh itself? I wouldn't hate that. It is not because of its ugliness. It is because she can tell that the lump of meat and the curse flowing out of it are the same as her. Oh, yeah. That would be, fugly, wouldn't it?
Servant. 召喚を間違えれば、サーバントとはあそこまで変わるものなのか。
A servant? Can a servant turn out to be that different if the summoning is done in the wrong way? Huh. Weird. Okay. So, it's like multiple servants mixed together though, right? Isn't that the idea? Because it's the Grail's contents? Or is it the Grail itself? Or is that the power of the Holy Grail? She stares at it and shakes her head.
リン、どこにいるのです。リン。
Rin, where are you, Rin? She runs to the lake and yells to the other side. She is hesitant to enter the black mud. I mean, you always call it black mud, but to me it looks red. Maybe it's just red because of the perspective of the time, but it looked black in Timeline 1, I suppose. But still, there's definitely red highlighting to it, so I still have to double take every time you say black mud. It is not because it would be unpleasant. Her instincts tell her that as a half-spirit, she cannot touch it. Half-spirit? What's her other half? And also, as a partial spirit, I guess she's only half-spirit because she hasn't fully become a heroic servant yet. I guess, but even if it is just the lighting, the mud here seems a lot more liquidy. Given that Rin was able to wade through it, yeah, definitely liquidy. You can wade through mud, I suppose. Half-spirit, she cannot touch it. And Shiro also has that half-spirit problem because of his connection to future Shiro? Questions. Dashes? She hears a voice. It is weak, but she hears her master. She looks at the mountain of meat and...
Rin!
Rin? She steps forward without hesitation.
待ったダメセイバーは入ってこないで
Hold on. No, don't come in, Saber. There was water here, so the mud making it more liquidy would make sense for sure. Don't come in, Sabers. Rin doing something important? She sounds like magical, so maybe she's in the middle of some incantation to help Shinji? What is Saber needed for then, unless this will also hurt Rin? Ellipses! Exclamation point! Saber stops. She stops her feet and glares at the mountain of meat while holding up her sword.
リンですが
But Rin...
いいからダメその泥に触れたらあなただってこうなるわよいいからセイバーはそこで宝具の準備をしてこの塊はもうすぐ弾けるわその前に宝具でぶった切っちゃって
I guess she's using magic to like project her voice into... They are supposed to be able to communicate like this even though we've never really seen it happen. So maybe that's what's happening and she's not using any other fancy magic beyond that? Just don't. You'll turn into this if you touch the mud. Oh. Really? Because that's just the corrupted version of the servant? Huh. And how would Rin know that? Just by being near it? Her senses told her? Please stay there and get ready to use your noble phantasm. Then again, I guess Saber also sensed that it was like her, so that's fair. This thing will explode soon. Use your noble phantasm on this before that. But after you help Shinji, or what? Or is it a last call resort if you fail to save Shinji? Saber cannot nod to her master's words. Why not? She can tell the lump of meat is about to hatch. So what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about the hatching meat? The squirms are turning into throbs, and the mud is spreading even further. The lake has turned black, and the mud is spilling onto the ground. Well, there you go. It's a lake, so that would mean there's water. That thing is growing. The world's restraining power will be activated if that thing is left alone. It is natural for her to destroy it with her holy sword. But to do that, I mean, if she's kind of one with the thing, as it were, does that mean the sword is separated from her? Like, she, the servant, uses the noble phantasm, so the noble phantasm can touch it and destroy it, but she, the servant, if she touched it, would become one with it and amalgamate? Because the Grail, reabsorbing the servants is just something it does by design. Makes sense. It did reabsorb the servants as they were defeated. So that would be a cheap way to get Saber defeated. Oh yeah, that's true. If this thing hatches and creates a cataclysmic event, the world will probably summon a heroic spirit here. What servant will be summoned though? It is natural for her to destroy it with her holy sword, but to do that... Oh, this isn't really a man-caused incident, is it? Does it count? Gilgamesh, does he count as a man in this case? Maybe you could argue that because the Grail was started by the Ainsburns and their people, it's natural for her to destroy it with her holy sword, but to do that... Right. Please get out, Rin. I can do it once you get out. Ah, but Rin's gotta save Shinji, right? Yeah, alright, I'll leave it to you. But go ahead and use it if I don't make it out on time. This counts as man-made? I guess. I suppose Gilgamesh was only helping it along the way. And you could argue Shinji's the one making it, which would be man-made. Whether intentionally or not. Go ahead and use it if I don't make it out on time. The contract between us will go away, but you should be fine if Shiro is alive. Oh, Rin's really being big here. Doing the superhero thing. But, oh man, Rin. I hope at least, I mean, she does have faith in herself. She should, but I hope you're not so okay with the possibility of you dying prematurely. Do not say such a thing. I don't care. I can handle this curse. Saber runs to the black med so she can get to that one with me. Ooh, command spell her to stop, maybe. Uh-oh. Her body does not move. Her body stops when she tries to go near the lake. Oh, she did. Rin, did you use the command spell? Finally a good use for that command spell to stop Saber from being stupid. Of course, I can't let the only one who can destroy the Holy Grail die. I told you it's all good. I'll easily get out from here. You can rest assured and stand by with your noble phantasm. Here's hoping. She sounds calm and composed, like always. As long as she actually believes that's true, she actually believes she has a way, then I think it's fine for her to say the alternative of, but if I don't. Rin. Does not need to be said that it's just a bluff. Oh, it's a bluff. That means she doesn't think she'll get out. Well, darn. Hope she didn't cough be his death wish. I mean, I don't think Rin... well, finding out that Shiro is fucked up would definitely mess with her, given how much Shiro seems to have inspired Rin on the path she's on. But, I feel like her life has gone on a different path to have such a death wish. Although, maybe being faced with, you know, finding out how Kirei killed her father, and about how the Grail that, you know, her family was seeking is all bullshit. Well, not bullshit, but... It could waver her stance, but her whole shtick is not being wavered. But is that a lie? It does not need to be said that it's just a bluff. I don't think she'd have a death wish. She is good at bluffing, though, for sure. The island of meat on the other side. There's no way for nowhere for her master to run. Oh!
まあ言うはやすしってやつだけど
She also threw away her legacy as well. Yeah, it's true. That whole part of life is destroyed. Yeah, she was willing to make that sacrifice. Definitely a big step. That's true. That's true. But I think that's the question. Would she be more okay with letting that part of her life... Would she be more okay with letting that part of her life die? This part of her, would she be more okay with letting herself die now because she's already abandoned herself from the Tosaka name? Or does it just make her more, more accepting of any possibility, perchance? Hopefully it's the latter, because that's the more healthy option, but... Anyways, yeah, right, well, talk is cheap. But also, Naked Shinji. Pants on, maybe just for the censored version, I don't know. But yeah, it grew out of his chest. So, I guess I could see it going both ways, but I wouldn't be surprised if in the uncensored version he's fully naked. I mean, she's covering his really undesirable bits anyways, but... But yeah, it's weird. I expected when they were describing this, when Gilgamesh put the thing inside of him, I thought as the mask grew out of him, it just completely kind of destroyed his body. I thought he kind of turned into the blob. The fact that there's still a person at all surprises me for sure. Especially one that can be so easily detached from the blob as he seems to have been. Yeah, right. Well, talk is cheap. Alright. She murmurs while being surrounded by arms made out of the meat. I don't see arms, but sure. The situation is hopeless. Mato Shinji was saved. You did it! But, I mean, if you're doomed to die, he's doomed to die too, as far as I can tell. She ripped off the blood vessels and nerves connected to the meat to let Shinji out. Yeah, but given that Shinji was giving this thing was feeding on Shinji, once you remove Shinji, it would of course be primed to explode. One can say he's alive, ignoring all the after effects he may have. No, he looks like he's just unconscious. Someone could say that he is healthier than the girl carrying him. Oh boy. Well, he didn't have to go through all the grody gunk, I suppose. Even though the thing coming out of him made the gunk in the first place, but... The problem is after that. I guess it would be desperate if it gets its heart taken away. Will it let me go if I give Shinji back? It might, but is that the hero way? Do you want to follow that path? She's the second best spiritual surgeon, so... I suppose, as far as the story's told us, she's pretty good at the magical surgery. I guess it's fair that she could find a way to disconnect Shinji. Assuming there's a Shinji to disconnect. This is one of those situations where I would probably never be the bigger person. I'd be like, oh, it's me or them? In this situation, especially if when Shinji's such a dick, take them. But that might not, you know. In this situation, though, if it keeps Shinji, it'll just get bigger and more problematic. So you might need to keep Shinji away from it anyways. She slowly moves while she stares at the tentacles blocking her way. Tentacle porn? Is it that time already? But there's no exit. The tentacles are blocking the way out of the lake. Out to the lake. Even if she escapes the tentacles trying to swallow her, she will not be able to get past that wall. Of mud?
まず力が
Crap, my powers. I bet a lot of them have been drained by Shiro if I had to guess. She almost falls along with Shinji, but she desperately keeps herself up. She went through the cursed sea and even performed neurosurgery to separate Mato Shinji from the Mountain of Me. Oh, there we go. Surgery. She went as far as using her reserve magical energy that she hadn't used for ages, but...
もうあのバカ
There we go.
遠慮なしで人の魔力持ってくんだからおかげでこっちはもうすっからかんじゃない
That idiot! He took too much of my magical energy without any reserve! I'm all empty now thanks to him. He kind of needed it to make that reality marble, I suppose, and and to beat Gilgamesh, so it's probably worth it, but he might hate himself a bit. Well, he said that he will not know any more pain or whatever, unknown to... Assuming his position is he won't like himself anymore, won't hate himself anymore, then maybe not, but if you die because he had to take too much of your energy, I don't know, I feel there's still on some level he's gonna feel bad. She bears the dizziness as she complains. But I like that. I like that the actions are showing the real consequence. We know that there is a pathway. We know it took a lot for him to get to that stance of being able to face Gilgamesh. So now Rin is pretty tapped, and this is making it hard for her to escape this situation. I like that. I like that through line. But she's not serious. And it wouldn't matter even if she did have more powers. It's just a hard situation to escape in general, I suppose. The tentacles around her are not moving because their target is standing still. They should react right away once they find out the thing in their body is poison. Tosaka, Rin, and Mato Shinji are alive because they do not have magical energy to be consumed. Oh, so it's good you're lacking on energy. Good job, Shiro. You took enough of her energy that they don't notice the magical energy to be consumed.
けどここまでかないい加減立ってるのも辛く
But I guess this is it. It's getting hard for me to stay standing. Her vision becomes hazy. Even though she has a foothold, she's still on the mud. Her nerves are getting further infiltrated with each passing second. She'll become the new core of the Holy Grail if she falls down onto the meat. Oh boy. Before that...
ごめんねセイバー言うこと聞かないだろうから無理やり聞かせる
Do you have another command spell for that? Shouldn't you only still have one left over from Archer? Unless you got 3 new ones, in which case, how does this work? You make a... Because if that's the case, you might as well keep swapping. Like Shiro and Rin, they partner up, they use up their command spells, swap, hey, they have 3 fresh ones. That shouldn't work. I guess if it's based on Caster breaking the contract and re-enabling it, and Rin stealing it from Caster, and assuming Caster never used any of her command spells on Saber, then I guess it's fair game, if that even works, but... I'm sorry, Saber, you probably won't obey me, so I'll force you to do it. She has 1 more command spell. That math doesn't work. Wait, what? You have 1 more, but you only used 1 on Saber, right? So you should have 3, which means you should have still 1 more. But if you used 1 and have 1 more, then that means you had 2 total. But you already used 2 on Archer and we're down to 1. So that means, where'd you get your 4th command spell from? I don't like it when your command spell math doesn't work to my appreciations. You said you have 3. So either have 6 or have 3. Don't have 4. Caster had 2 command spells for Saber? A limited command spell works? Why would Caster have 2? Unless she already used 1 on Saber, but since when? Maybe she used 1 on Saber. I don't believe this is true. Maybe she used 1 to have Saber turn to her side, but did it at just the moment where Archer attacked her, but... Or rather, sorry, not 4, but 5. Debatable. She commanded her to shank Rin? Oh. So it is based on Caster? Caster commanded Saber to attack Rin. I don't exactly remember that. But if that's the case, I guess that works. But because Caster's rule breaker resets the limitations? Huh. I definitely didn't know that. The game hadn't explained it, but alright. She has 1 more command spell. That's enough for her to order Saber to use her holy sword. So it's based on the servant? It's based on the servant, not the master? That seems so weird. Like, I thought that it was like the master has these many spells. I guess I'm wrong. I thought the master has these many spells to use or whatever on however, you know, whichever servant they have. Instead, the servant gives the master the spells, which means if you change masters, the master would just lose their spells? That was never to my understanding before. Huh. But that doesn't really... Well, if it's based on the servant, I guess that could work. But then why is the master special? I thought the master was special because they were already called by the Grail and they had their spells, and that's why you could still make a bond with a master that hadn't used them up. But, that's weird. That sounds wrong to me, but I don't know. Anyways, she has one more command spell. That's enough for her to order Saber to use her holy sword.
あとあんたにも謝っとかないと。
And I have to apologize to you too.
シンジ、助けられなかった。
I couldn't save Shinji. I couldn't save the douchebag. Didn't even try to save Elia back in the day. I know that was before your development. The two of you had your development, but like, grumble, grumble.
いいから走れ。そのような泣き言、聞く耳持たん。
Freaking Archer whining to her from beyond the grave, huh? Just run, I don't want to hear such whining. Is that just her inner thoughts, or is there something actually tangible there? Oh, is this calling back to... Maybe this is calling back to when Archer was like, well, in the future, Gilgamesh is going to make things all grody, so I should prep for that by launching all my attacks at him. But, like, if that was the case, it means he would have had to see the future. And then he also suggested it was a different timeline he was doing that for, if that's even a thing. If this is the world stepping in by future Shiro being summoned here, isn't this a little premature? You'd think the world would wait until the disaster already happens. Because that's his whole shtick, right? With the world, is that the world summons the servant after the disaster has happened to, you know, help with the cleanup. But, what? She stops her collapsing body. That voice. The voice coming into her head is definitely one of the servant. Definitely that of the servant she has made a contract with. Wait! There's no time to waste. She knows his personality all too well. He told her to run, so he must have done something that she won't escape, unless she does as she's told. Or Archer somehow survives Gil's attack. Oh yeah, technically we never saw Archer die. That's true. We technically never saw him die. Yet Gilgamesh seemed confident that 5 servants were in the Grail. I suppose he just knew that Assassin disappeared, but didn't know that Archer didn't disappear? It already is a disaster? Well, if it's meant to be a cleanup crew, this is giving future Shiro a chance to save someone. Which goes entirely against the idea of being save someone before the disaster happens. Which goes against the idea of the cleanup crew mentality he talks about. Now, I know he's a glass half empty kind of person at this point, but I'd prefer it if he just survived the Gilgamesh fight and snuck away to, you know, do his tactical type move. I would more prefer that, I think. So he must have done something that she won't escape unless she does as she's told. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's not just in her head. Dashes exclamation points. She runs. Shiro would remember Rin in either case. Yeah, if this was a cleanup Archer, if this was a newly summoned Archer to save, he would remember Rin, but it would be it definitely would be awkward circumstances. But given that he's Archer and he's pretty smart, he could probably analyze the situation pretty quickly and go, Rin, get out of there. But it would be better for his character development, for sure, if he stuck around for this moment. She runs. The arrows coming down from the sky are literally a heavy rain. That's the name of a game I've never played. They destroy the tentacles, ground, and everything in her path. Okay, I'm okay with this. I was wondering how Rin would survive this situation, because I'm like, it'd be a little too sad if she dies. But what are they going to do to make her live? What were they going to pull out of their butt? And the plot pulled Archer out of their butt. And I think that works, because I did say we never saw him die. You just kind of assume he dies. I'll take that. That works. I'm okay with that. Cool. There was no time to turn back. She runs full speed while carrying Shinji. Dashes. Interesting that it rains blue. Whenever we've seen Gilgamesh's similar rain, I'm used to it raining red. In that case, Archer is more the blue Oni, despite his red clothing. But yeah, he is more cool-tempered, despite his red clothing, than Gilgamesh, who... Well, I mean, he acts cool on the surface, but he does have a bit of an anger problem because he is Shiro. Gilgamesh definitely acts more haughty on the surface, for sure. And Rin and Shinji not being nuked as well. Yeah, Archer would be the kind who'd be like, saving Rin and Shinji is a risk that I'm not sure if I'm willing to take. Probably should kill them as well. Might be how future Shiro would act, depending on if he valued Rin, but... Destroys the tentacles, the ground, and everything in her path. She jumps into the lake. Uh-oh! I guess she's just gonna trust. What exactly did he say? Just run, I do not want to hear such whining. Okay, but here's the thing. If future Shiro is still... Oh, is that why Rin has 2 command spells? Because future Shiro never left? And maybe remade his pact with Rin without Rin knowing? So if it's based on servant and not master, she has 1 spell for Saber, 1 spell for... Wait, how does that work? Maybe I'm stupid. But Rin initiated the contract with Saber. And this Archer's not supposed to be able to persist in the world as good as Gilgamesh. Still, this is only 1 day later, so it's possible he had enough energy left in him to persist 1 more day. He's certainly maybe not strong enough to fight Gilgamesh, but strong enough to do this, possibly? Unless he somehow is persisting beyond that. Just run, I don't want to hear such whining. He didn't technically tell you to jump into the mud, but I guess there's just trust. She jumps into the lake. The arrows have swept the black mud away to make her an escape route. Oh, that works. It's only for a short while, but there is only dirty water between her and the opposite shore. She runs across the lake while carrying Mato Shinji. She runs with all her might, mud splashing around her. It can't be servant-based. Midia tried to get command spells from Shiro by literally cutting his hand off. Oh, that's right. Maybe that was bullshit, though? I don't know. That's true. That is weird. It seems like it would be master-based. It definitely, based on everything, it seems like it would be master-based. So it's weird that Rin only has 1 spell. Like, even if Midia broke some rules and made it so that she got some command spells for Saber out of nowhere, theoretically that shouldn't affect Rin, so she should only have 1 more command spell. It's weird that she has 2 now. That is weird. Yeah. If even Caster doesn't know how the command spells work, then who even does? Yeah. Yeah, that is fair. Maybe it's timeline shenanigans, or maybe it's a plot hole. She runs across the lake while carrying Mato Shinji. She runs with all her might, mud splashing around her.
Saber! Onegai!
Please, Saber! Ah, there we go. So yeah, Archer was only able to put this stuff at bay for her to escape. He wasn't able to completely kill it. Gonna need good old Artoria for this. Her magical energy replies to the yelling voice. Do we know who she is yet? No! Gosh! Oh, wait. No, that's not the same thing. It's still Boundary Field. Her magical energy replies to the yelling voice. There's no need to check. Okay, say it. Say Excalibur! In that glorious English, the golden sword mows down everything in its path with its overlaying power. Say it. Say it. The mountain of meat is cut in half and breaks down. Oh, you're not going to say it? Oh, boring. We haven't heard it at all this timeline. The black mud evaporates, and the light turns into a lake into a flat field. Oh, I wanted the English. Rip English. I was excited for the English. The black mud evaporates, and the light turns the lake into a flat field. Dashes. Oh yeah, I can't wait, Tom's Tom. I can't wait to find out who Saber is in this pathway. I'm sure she's someone different. Dashes. It is a waterfall of light that illuminates everything. Bathed in the light, the swordsman accepts that her battle is ended. Does she just disappear?
これで終わり。私の戦いはここまでです。
You said you'd talk to Shiro again, you dirty liar. This is the end. My battle is over. Who did she say that to? Shiro? Can he hear? The wielder of the holy sword is on her knees and watches the light with a flood of emotions. The holy grail is breaking down. So Shinji got out of this alive in the end? Yay! I am so happy that Shinji lived in this timeline in place of Ilya. That makes me so happy. The Holy Grail is breaking down. Normally I would be excited for the prospect of Shinji development to being potentially a good guy, but like, the timeline's basically over, right? So what are they going to do with him? They could do something interesting, but they just don't have the time, is my thoughts. Exactly, we saved the rapist, but like, what does that matter if we don't get some fun stuff with him being saved? If it's just, oh no, he's still going to be alive and he's gross. Doesn't sound great to me, but the thing she saw, the thing that should have saved her. She destroyed it with her own hands and finally realized her mistake. Alright, good on you, Saber. One boy and one hero. But you're a Grail! The man that got twisted at the end of his ideal was still a boy. I see. It's like future Shiro was the boy, past Shiro was the hero. His regrets are so heavy that they cannot all be carried. His crimes are so deep that they cannot be atoned for. But there was something he did not give up on. There are people that go on whole tirades, and I've been like this myself too, about, for example, let's say future Shiro did live, where he was buried underneath the rubble and there was a clear indication given that he died. That was the implication, for sure. But he actually lived. And it works, it does, but it definitely creates this sense of, like, if people want to convince you that they're really killing off an important character, they have to take an extra step. They have to make sure it's definitely definite that the character is dead, because if they don't, you know, the more people do these fake out deaths, the more people will be like, it's like, I remember watching a video on it from, I forget the channel it was called, but talk about a lot of tropes. And it's like, the fake out deaths keep finding new ways to make it seem like it's definitely dead. And then, but then, oh, they're actually alive. And so then the real deaths have to find ways to make them seem more definitively dead. But the fake deaths then need to copy seeming definitively dead so they can make the fact that they're still alive more of a twist. And so it keeps going with finding more ways to be like, they're definitely definitively dead and you have to believe it. For minor characters, it's not as big of a deal, but for major characters, it's interesting. Out of every character, I'd expect Shiro to survive. Oh, for sure. I'd say it works. The only thing I'm questioning is if future Shiro would have had the juices. I know he is an archer, and he was injured, but I suppose this version of Shiro then has Avalon in him? I don't know. I would think so. Based on everything we've seen, I would think so, that they've not really confirmed one way or the other. It's an arms race, yeah. An arms race to show what's most definitively dead. If you want definitive death, just have that signature woof sound of them disappearing. But yeah. His crimes are so deep. The thing is, though, that there's something poetic sometimes about not stalling on someone's death and just being like, oh yeah, they're dead. We all know they died. Let's move on. But then it's muddied somewhat when you have the thing where you use that as a plot twist where, oh, you thought we were being symbolic, but actually that was our cheat card because it turns out they didn't die all along, which then makes other narratives that just try to actually do proper symbolic ones without properly following up on it be like, are they actually alive? And so, it hurts everyone. But I get it. I think it works. His crimes are so deep that they cannot be atoned for. But there was something that he did not give up on. The Knight in Red finally arrived at an answer at the very end. That's good. This version of Shiro could finally be self-satisfied at the end. That makes me happy. Then, she has to move forward as well. Duh. You're developing just like he is. Although, in Timeline 1, you were spurred by past Shiro's development to develop. Here, though, you're spurred by future Shiro's development. The end where she took her hands off the sword. She will run past the hill under her own will. Oh yeah, I guess in a way Rin's the winner. The contract is complete. You are victorious, Rin. I suppose, but like, does it matter? There's no Grail. Then again, Rin never had a real wish. It was just a fight and she wanted to fight, so in that sense, I think she'll take it. You're victorious, Rin. The holy sword fades away. I like that they managed to do Saber's arc in the background this timeline. Yeah, that's kind of more or less what I was thinking they would do. Because if they don't do it and she just ends up, sad at the end, that would be sad. But they can't waste time on it because they already did it once. So doing it in the background makes sense. And I think they did it in a nice way. The holy sword fades away. She still has some magical energy left. She can stay in this world if she pushes herself. Long enough to talk to Shiro? If she can, she would like to see what awaits them in the end. Oh. That is not my role. Shiro has Rin. Duh. And do they get to have their happy ever after in this timeline? Unlike Timeline 1 where it had to be bittersweet, Saber had to go back to the past? The thing is, though, for a happy ever after, in Timeline 1, Shiro and... I guess because maybe they had no time to have a happy ever after, they got macking a little bit prematurely. There's been no macking between Shiro and Rin yet. Her body continues to disappear, and the night vanishes from this world as if engulfed by the light. Like a brave gust of wind. The knight that sought the Holy Grail sets off for the Hill of Destiny without leaving a trail of memories behind. Hill of Destiny. And what of the Knight in Red exactly? You talked about how at the end he came to this point, but are you going to poetically kill him off screen when you, last time you lied about poetically killing him off screen? Oh, you're going to fucking do it, aren't you? Oh, you're going to go back to the Shiro Gilgamesh, right? I mean, at this point, Gilgamesh's, at this point, Gilgamesh's conquest is basically already ended. Now it's just a matter of proving himself against Shiro, but, he's going to fail at that too. I oppose the longsword with a longsword. The swords break each other, and the shards are sent flying. Alright. I feel like at this point, we're practically at the closing action. I don't think Gilgamesh is going to be able to stand up to Shiro with the way the narrative has been driving. I could be wrong, though. So... Well, Gilly? Are you going to go out like a chump? Also, is future Shiro gonna get a chance to have a nice send-off? Führerchurcher. Nailed it. Gilgamesh totally wins and kills Shiro. I mean, yeah. I was thinking... I mean, no, I was thinking the opposite. That Shiro would still win this fight, but the Grail might fuck everything up. A minor choice you made 30 hours ago locked you into a bad end, actually. Should have eaten those mandarins. Well, fuck! Alright. That's a lot of crashing noises. I wonder if that gets grating after a few minutes. And yeah, you can hear a bit of a song in the background. Yeah, Emiya's, Shiro's song. Just barely, under all the crashing. Shiro ends up throwing up in the middle of the battle on Gilgamesh, and it turns out that Gilgamesh is allergic to mandarin vomit. Of course! Not enough Taiga points. And the author just expects us to politely ignore the fact that he ate them days ago, because we're all just rabid fanboy sheep. Sounds about right. Yes, the intermission is indeed interesting. It's a busted chair to make all those noises. I love it. Anyways, though, the noises. I like to assume the battle actually went on for this long. So, I oppose the longsword with a longsword. The sword breaks each other and shards are sent flying. Damn, do not! A curved sword appears behind him. But Shiro will just like double the curved swords. Overestimate yourself, kid! Shiro's always had the problem of underestimating himself. I think for once in his life, overestimating himself is a good thing. But I pull the curved sword. I pull out the curved sword by my feet faster than him. And I swing it straight at him. Oh, it's right back to the smashing. For a second, we got a bit of that song without it. Oh, love the back and forth of Gilgamesh and Shiro. Oh, nice. Ooh, I love the way Gilgamesh looks here. Gilgamesh retreats. Nice action scene. I like this image. I'll go ahead and save it just because I like the image. Shiro v Gilly, yeah! Shiro's? Shiro. I didn't realize that we were quite that close to the end. It definitely seems like we're closing in on the end now, but I expected the Rin thing might take a bit longer. I don't think the pacing is bad, but I did think that the Rin thing would take a bit longer and the Gilly-Shiro fight might be a bit more expanded. But it seems like we're closing in on the end now. With yesterday, though, I thought the assassin fight was quick, but then, oh, the others are going to be taking more time. But no, not really. Which is fine. I think the pacing is fine, but... Gilgamesh retreats. I close the distance at once, pull out a sword, and slash at him. Gilgamesh retreats. That's a sentence you don't see every day. Why? Why am I losing to a mongrel sword? I crash my swords against the appearing noble phantasms. I'm not thinking. Don't think, just feel. My body and mind will fail if I stop. I'll keep moving forward now. Yes, that's it, Shiro. Not just in your battle against Gilgamesh, but in life in general. The instant I see his noble phantasm, I reel in the exact same one and swing with all my might. All my might. Impossible! Am I being cornered by such a sham? Didn't you know? Shams are actually wow-worthy. Gotcha. The sounds of swords crashing echoed through the area. They echoed for a while, especially if you were watching the live stream and you got that intermission where I left the crashing on. He cannot handle my attacks, and has to destroy my weapon with his. His weapons are technically stronger than yours, because yours are all one grade lower, but you're more confident, and you can make way more of them much faster. This will be the cause of his defeat. Oh, that will be. Wait, what exactly is the cause of his defeat? Let me read that again. I don't read. I don't pay attention when I read. I pay attention in editing, generally. The sounds of swords crashing echo through the area. He cannot handle my attacks and has to destroy my weapon with his. Oh, because he has to destroy your weapons? That's what leads to his defeat? I don't get it. Explain. He is the greatest heroic spirit, as he has over 1,000 noble phantasms at his leisure. But you can make, like, unlimited, as the name suggests. But he is only an owner. Yeah, he does not create. He merely owns them. And there's a limit to how much he owns. He does not have one weapon, so he is not a wielder who can use his weapon to its maximum potential. I see what you're saying, yeah. Against anyone but Gilgamesh, who actually firmly had good, power with their weapon, it might be different. Gilgamesh is decent with Ea, but, like, is he going to whip it out? And if he does, what's your counterattack? You've already lived against it, though, so maybe your counterattack is just surviving because you're strong. Even in this world, I am no match against any other servants. I cannot match the ultimate one, even with infinite swords. Gilgamesh must have the ability, but I do not. Therefore, this is the only servant I can match. Ah, you mean, so the logic of jack of all trades, master of none? But he has Ea, right? I guess you could argue he's not even mastered Ea and only maybe beat Saber in Timeline 1 because Saber was depowered by not being paired with someone good like Rin. As we have the same ability, we are both owners. I'm always one step ahead of him since my swords are there, ready to be used. That's true, too. He has to keep using the gates to pull his out, but you've already got everything here with the reality marble.
Honore! Honore! Honore, 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 honore! 貴様風情によもや俺の剣を使うことになろうとは
Damn, 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 damn! I didn't think I would have to use my sword against a mongrel like you! Yeah, this is the question. What about Ea? Ea is not just any random sword. That's his personal weapon. How are you going to fare against that? He does hate that he's going to have to whip it out for more than just a demonstration. But how will you deal with it once his back's against the wall and he uses it? Gilgamesh raises his hand. The sword appearing behind him is the demonic sword, the only sword that does not exist in this world. I won't let you! Ooh, you stop him before he does it? That's one strategy I was thinking of. That would definitely be future strategies tactic. As soon as you try to do the thing I can't beat, I'll stop you before that. Wow, that is what he... Oh, wow, nice, nice, nice. Gah! I swing my twin swords. The Concho and Bakuya reel and strike down Gilgamesh's sword as he tries to reach for it. Ah, you just never let him do it. Okay, that is the strategy. And it's all based on Gilgamesh's hubris that he doesn't frickin', he didn't go for this sooner. Or didn't try to get some distance first. As long as he lets Shiro stay close in, he doesn't get the time to actually make a proper swing with it. It's a similar issue that Saber's sword might have. I like that. Excalibur and Ea both function kind of similarly after all. Concho and Bakuya reel and strike down Gilgamesh's sword as he tries to reach for it. Whoa! The Gilgamesh bleeds. The weapons stop. His swords fall to the ground, leaving him defenseless. He really is gonna go out like a chump. It's what I expected, to be honest. Once I realized, once Shiro came to his full realization, this is more or less how I figured this would go. Ea was the question mark, but Shiro stopped him before he could even use it. Ah! My body acts before I can think. Confident in my victory. There it is, that confidence. My limbs move to slash the King of Heroes. Ah! And he just gets slashed. No witty counterattack. He jumps back. Well, he's not dead. Barely avoiding the twin swords, Gilgamesh retreats still further.
今はお前が強い。
You're stronger than me here. Ooh, an admission. Oh, but you're saying here. Gilgamesh admits his defeat and tries to retreat. Ah, goes for a runaway. I see. So Shiro, do you have the way to stop him from retreating?
安かったんだ。
I won't let you escape. Good, 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 Shiro. I'll lose if he regains his composure. I have to settle the match right here.
この野郎。
Damn it! Damn! He must have realized he'll not be able to escape as he pulls out an old phantasm from behind him. But I'm faster. I'll surely... Oh. Oh, fuck. Wait, no? You're not just gonna beat him? He's not gonna go out like a chump? Oh, no. Okay. I thought at this rate he was just gonna go out like a chump, but they're ending it early. He ran out of magical energy? His supply ran short? I don't mind that, humanizing Shiro a little bit, showing the limit of his abilities, but how's this gonna work?
何?
What? Our voices overlap. The change happened in an instant. The light. Oh, the light. I see. Did that override his reality marble, I wonder? I feel like they'd be in the middle of their own world and the light wouldn't matter, but I guess the light is so powerful that it even breaks through to his world? Or it's because it's the Grail? I thought he ran out of magical energy. Never mind. The light coming from the lake emanates the Hill of Swords. Eliminates even... Oh no, you're saying it eliminates it. Okay, so it overpowered your reality marble. It's that strong? I wonder if that means Aya could do the same thing and just destroy the reality marble. Or is it because the light comes from Grail... not timey-wimey, but a Grail clash that causes sparks that, because of the Grail wimey-bimey, that's stronger than just the attack of the Excalibur? Interesting. All right, now that we're, I'm slightly taken out of the moment of epic. What are some of the comments that have said? I like this faster pace as a finale compared to the kind of slowness of the Fate finale. I'm a really big fan of the Fate finale, but I think the UBW finale certainly works too. But I think the only real problem with the Fate finale, I don't think the slower pace is a problem. I just more think that Avalon and its usage should have been a little more built up. But I do like when big fights like this are more drawn out. I think they can work as fast fights if they're set up well, and I do think that the Shiro Gilgamesh and him being able to beat him easily once it was set up works. And the Saber Assassin, I think there could have been more there, but I think the fast pace is fine, but I don't prefer it necessarily. We'll see how it is when it all wraps up. The finish line is not the place to slow down. I mean, I don't know. I think if you can make a drawn-out final battle where things like there's always moving parts, I prefer that to a final battle that's been built up for a while, and then it's just over in an instant. Or if it's going to be over in an instant, make it understandable. Like, you should be able to see it being over an instant coming. I just think of things like One Piece, without talking too much about it. Without spoiling too much, I'll say that there's one arc where there's like a villain that's way too strong. It seems like, oh shoot, he's gonna beat everyone easily. But then, Luffy's power kind of like, whether or not you think about it in advance, it sort of counters his. And so when they come to blows, it's like, oh shoot, Luffy's the one who's really good against him. Which you don't expect necessarily. I actually did not expect it. You know, other people probably expect it. But then once I saw it, I'm like, oh, of course, that's perfect. And so, then at that point, he ends up having to be more creative with how he fights because he's more naturally countered. But they still turn a bit of a fight into it. I do think that extends maybe a bit too long. But I don't mind... them prolonging that fight because he's the final villain of that specific arc. I don't think there's anything to master about Aya. It's a strong weapon. But yeah, this definitely shows that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, even Gilgamesh. It just took a while to find Gilgamesh's weakness. No amount of technique is needed for Aya. I suppose there's definitely a debate to be had there. Aya masters you. Gilgamesh lost because he didn't act like an archer. Yeah, he needed to keep his distance to use A against. That's fair. He's the archer class, and yet he got up close and personal because he was all cocky and shit. Yeah, that hubris. Anyways, personally, yeah, it's the thing is that I do like long final fights, but you can't. There is such a thing as stretching them too long when you have nothing interesting to do in the fight. You do want interesting beats for the fight to be always progressing if you're going to make it go on long. So if you can't think of interesting beats beyond that, you just have some sharp beats to make it sharp and snappy, that can work fine. I'd also have to re-watch the actual Kirei and Gilgamesh double fight again to see if the pace necessarily bugs me. But because all I remember is, I remember it being cool, but I don't remember the specifics necessarily. The light coming from the lake eliminates the Hill of Swords. Despite how much I tend to think, I'm a big thinker in the moment. When I think back on stuff, I'm very much a feel person. I go like, oh, I know it felt like that way in the moment, and I tend not to reanalyze things much because I spend so much analyzing them in the moment. So I don't tend to rewatch things very often. Sometimes I do for reference, but not too often. The light coming from the lake eliminates the Hill of Swords. A great magical energy has smashed away the already disappearing reality marble. Oh, it was already disappearing. Okay. Alright, so you were getting low on magical energy. Okay. That's fine. The match is settled. I can beat this servant by slashing with my twin swords. Okay. Is it really settled? You weren't going to let him get away? Does this not get in the way of your plans? But after the reality marble is blown away, a black void. A void big enough to swallow a human being. What? Black void? It appears before me, right on Gilgamesh. What? What? Even Gilgamesh is surprised. This isn't one of his last-ditch efforts. Is this the Grail, like, taking him with him? Because the Grail was destroyed? But the Grail was destroyed in Timeline 1 too, right? And it's not like it instantly killed Saber. Or is this something else? Is Makiri doing something? Huh. I wonder if they're going to explain what this is, or if they're going to leave it as like a hanging thread. If Gilgamesh doesn't even know. Gilgamesh very rarely looks this freaked out. I like this image a lot. So many images I'm having to save. I know there's going to be some other stuff I'll probably override eventually, but I like this. Gilly freaked out. That's uncommon. Really nice image. I like also the calm after the intense music. I'm a big fan of having these quieter moments, especially after the big fight is essentially over, for the quieter moment to really, soak in the scene. Gilgamesh looks down at his body in astonishment. His body's being swallowed. How are you going to react to this, Gilly? And what is this exactly? The golden servant is swallowed by the void appearing on his body. What? What is it? Whoa! Did he want to say wait? Oh, mate. Oh, I get it. I heard him saying ma. Or I thought it was wa because they started with wa, but wait, yeah. Wow. Okay, in Timeline 1, when Gilgamesh got beat, all he did was go, Saber! At the end. He didn't really get a chance to, for us to really see his big demeanor crumble. We saw that a little bit more here, but still didn't really get a chance. Did he want to say wait? Good question. The void mercilessly swallows the servant. So what is that void? Is the void the grody-ness of... Maybe the void is the grody-ness of the Grail, because Gilgamesh has been taking it in stride, but he explained in Timeline 1 that you know, or Saber was even like, you shouldn't have been able to take that, you know, it's mad. But then Gilgamesh is like, I've been able to take it because I'm awesome. Maybe him losing to a whelp like Shiro made him like doubt himself enough that the Grail's like, you don't have enough confidence anymore. And because of that, Gilgamesh lost to the Grail that is eating away at him. Possibly. Thoughts, theories. The void mercilessly swallows the servant. This certainly seems like a left field point. It hasn't been built up before, so I feel like this would be building up to some more exploration in Timeline 3. There was no way for him to escape. Okay. The void was open on his body. There's no way one can escape something that is on their body. Where did it come from? What was that? Yeah, Gilgamesh didn't seem to know what it was. Shiro doesn't know what it is. I stand there dumbfounded. Yeah, Shiro is basically like, oh, well, I would have maybe won, but the reality marble faded away, so now maybe I can't beat him. And before Gilly had time to react, there's that black hole thing. The void in front of me is shrinking. Can you jump into it, or would that just kill you? I don't know what this is. But it seems Tosaka and Saber were able to destroy the Holy Grail. My only guess is that the after effect created the black void to eliminate Gilgamesh. I think that's a fine guess, Shiro, but why? Because he's a servant? That shouldn't matter. If it's anything, it might matter more because he's goopified? I don't know. I mean, I say goopified, I don't know. He's been, yeah, doused in the Grail's goops back in Zero. Anyway, now, okay, that was my guess. He's not going to figure it out. They're going to leave this as a hanging thread and extrapolate in Timeline 3, I would assume, right? And the black hole is now just going to disappear. Anyway, now, everything is over. It's clearly not. He's not even a servant, he was incarnated in the world. Well, yeah. Maybe when the Grail is destroyed, the Grail takes back that life? I don't think that's how that works. Because the Grail, they went over this. The Grail was destroyed in Fate Zero after the gunk gunked him. So why would it being destroyed in Fate Stay Night matter? I feel like that alone can't be it. Everything is over. My twin swords disappear. The magical energy in me fades away. Oh, crap. At that same time, fatigue assaults me. Assails me, even. Oh, this is bad. I can't walk. I want to go see how Tosaka is doing. My body will not move. Well, I'm sure she'll be alright since Saber went to go save her. And you also went to go save her too. Duh. I hope we get to give a nice goodbye to future Shiro. I feel like bringing him back just to do that and then not show a goodbye with him. I mean, Saber, it's fine for him to, you know, have her send off like that. She already had her sweet send off in Timeline 1. But I think having a talk with future Shiro before he fades away would be good. I'm sure she'll be alright since Saber went to go save her. Right. I guess I can rest a bit. Ah, letting yourself have some rest. That's rare, Shiro. After I take a deep breath. Oh, wait, it's not over? What? Oh, that's Gilgamesh's chains. He's trying to pull himself out. Or is he pulling me in? What? A chain wraps around my arm. Oh, fuck. Okay, I thought this was just... Okay, he's not done yet. He's not going out like a chump. Maybe we're actually going to get to see him break down properly, though. That's something I want. Ellipses, exclamation point. I gasp. The chain drags my body towards the void. Gah! I put power into my body, but I can't resist. Okay, so it's not something that completely destroyed him then. It's like taking him to some alternate realm. Maybe it's taking him to the gates of hell from the Grail? Or something like that, and he's trying to pull Shiro in, take him down with him, maybe? Or is he just trying to take himself out? Or both. I put power into my body, but I can't resist. My feet slide across the ground toward the void.
あの出来損ないめ。同じサーバントでは核にならんとさえわからぬか。
Fool! Does it not know servants cannot become the core? Does it not know Oh. So, when the Grail was destroyed, it was seeking a new host? Does that mean it wasn't destroyed good enough? Because it never did this seeking a new host shtick in Timeline 1. Are you saying that it decided to try to use you as a new host? Or at least you think that's what's happening? Maybe something else is going on. And you think that's what's happening, but it's not necessarily true. Does it not know servants cannot become the core?
What?
You! He's appearing from the void. But his body is melted here and there. That void must melt everything it swallows. Damn! I try to get the chain off of me, but it doesn't even budge. This chain even restrained Berserker. It's not something I can pry off. Okay, I like that chain finally comes back. I'm being pulled toward it. I'll be swallowed like him if I go near that void. Damn, are you trying to take me with you? Or maybe he's just trying to put you as the core instead if he thinks that's what's happening, so that he doesn't have to be taken at all. Of course, someone with his amount of overcompetence. Ha! I have no intention of dying. Stay right there until I pull myself out, you lowlife. You? He's arrogant even in this situation. Yes, he is. He's far too high and mighty on himself to actually acknowledge not being high and mighty. Unless, you know, you put him in a position where he really can do nothing to fight back. Which is gonna be tough, but I think it's possible. Damn! What can I do? I can't get this chain off of me. I'll be swallowed into that void along with him. Even if I hold my ground, he'll pull himself out. Means I'm gonna die either way. Oh, fuck, there's a choice? I'll at least take him with me. No way, I can't give up that easily. Holy fuck, I didn't expect a choice all of a sudden. Well, let me hold off on this, actually. Embraces death wish? No, thanks. Let's do this here. Let's just take this one. Oh, wait, they acknowledge the old save point even though I deleted it? Or no, they're still held over from... Weird. But anyways... Last minute choice. I was thinking about saving this image, but didn't, so I'm glad I didn't bother. I'll at least take him with me. No way, I can't give up so easily. Well, I don't want to take him with me. That sounds like a bad end. I don't want that to be our preferred end. I've been trying to get Shiro off this death wish thing anyways, so no way, I can't give up that easily. I mean, this pathway's always been up to Shiro's determination anyways, so I ain't giving up. Ha! I feel dizzy. I can't brace myself anymore. I'll die. I can't endure it at the very end. Should I loosen up since I can't brace myself? If I do so, I should be able to push him back into the void. Don't take me so lightly. I won't let you take me with you. I gather my courage. Will my arm rip off first? Or will his chain rip off first? Or will he come out first? All possibilities, I suppose. I don't care either way. I'll fight till the very end and die gallantly. No, don't die! That's not the choice I chose!
お前の勝手だが、その前に右に置けろ。
Alright, Future Shiro helps you out. I'm accepting of that. After helping out, I mean, assuming he had enough energy to do that, I don't know, was that not blowing his load using all those swords? So he shows up on this side too? Fair. Enough time has passed, and we're not that much of a distance away from where Rin is. You can do that if you wish, but dodge to your right before you do that. Oh, it's nice to see Future Shiro save his past self in the end, given that he was trying to kill him before and all that. And, you know, also because Future Shiro is the one who sort of gave up, as it were. Now he's telling past Shiro, don't give up. Huh? I turn around instantly. I look back at the compound, which has turned into a flat field. Also, Future Shiro could just be super far away and projecting his voice with magic. He doesn't actually have had to travel the distance. He could shoot from afar. At the same time, something passes by me. An arrow? Whoa! I mean, it really is still just Shiro. What sword did you throw into his head? Just a random sword or anything special? You archer! The chain is released. Finally, we got a nice, precise headshot from Archer. Been waiting for that all pathway. Because, you know, like in previous fights that Archer's been in, like he didn't necessarily want to kill Caster, and granted, Caster's situation was awkward. He would have never wanted to attack Ilya because, you know, he's biased for Ilya anyway. But Gilgamesh, one clean shot. And when it comes to an Archer off, I think Shiro's definitely better, especially when all grown up. Even when not all grown up, he was winning. The chain is released. Looking like he saw something unexpected, Gilgamesh lets go of the chain. Oh, looks like the first time where he really feels like he's defeated. Is it any special sword or just a rando? Rando almost makes it better. Okay. I'm down for that. Shiro is still forced to struggle. And then he's ultimately saved by Future Shiro as well, but that's fine because Future Shiro is an archer. He can hit from far away. He didn't actually have to come there as long as he could project his voice. I still want maybe a bit of explanation of how Future Shiro is still around. If it's just, I'm an archer, so I lasted longer. That's a little weak. Dashes. Because he was very much weakened and getting weaker last time we saw him, but I fall on my butt. I sit there dumbfounded, and the void shrinks and disappears in front of me. Okay, now it's really over, huh? That's probably something to be followed up in Timeline 3 for sure. That was... I can't stand up and just look behind me to the flat field. Dawn is near. Aw, that same image from Timeline 1, only now Saber's not standing there. The one with the rising sun behind him is the knight in red. Can we actually get to see him? I assume we will. They're just, you know, they're holding their load, as it were. They don't want to blow it all at once. Damn. Show off. I mean, even though it did only take one shot for Archer to do that, that begs a couple questions. If Future Shiro could have done that, I think it's still something you could accept as the idea that he still needed Gilgamesh to be weaker to do it, because Future Shiro is much weaker right now. But it is also possible, I suppose, that Future Shiro could have sniped him without expecting it any time, and maybe just wanted past Shiro to be given a chance to have his determination. Maybe at any time Future Shiro would have stepped in and saved past Shiro if he was getting in any real trouble. That's also possible. That he wanted past Shiro to figure out how to beat Gilgamesh. But if he failed, he might have killed Gilly at any time if he has that potential right now. Gil was distracted with half his body. Exactly, for sure. Gil was definitely weakened. So the question is, did Archer only take him out that easily because he was weakened? Or could he have sniped him at any time and could it have been that easy? Is definitely a question that, show off. I complain without thinking. But I'm smiling happily for some reason. Ah, smiling happily. Finally accepting your future Shiro? Well, I mean, you said way more than just 2 words in Japanese, but sure. Well. I have nothing to say to him. I guess I'll stay quiet so I can sleep. You might not have anything to say to him, but I want to see him talk. I want him to have a nice send-off. A golden field that is now deserted. Seeing the knight standing there and Tosaka running to him, I lay on the ground. Can we switch to interlude to Rin's perspective for a second? Or even just to future Shiro's perspective. Maybe possibly for the first time. Would it be for the first time? I feel like it would be. Well, aside from in his fight with past Shiro. Tosaka should say everything I want to say to him. That's fair. So I'll sleep for now. Yeah, I can accept that. You made your peace with the future version of yourself, but you don't necessarily need to hang out much with him. You already had your hangout servant, Saber, although she's gone, but you know. We'll end up fighting if we see each other again. I don't think that's true at this point. And I'm not used to parting with myself. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, though. For the final time, I engrave my ideal into my mind so that I won't forget it, and I close my eyes. Uh-huh. Yeah, you have your values, he has his. What he takes away from his experience with you. And if that even goes anywhere for the heroic spirit Emiya, as it were, it doesn't necessarily have to be your business. That's his thing, this is your thing. You might have come from the same starting point, but your future point is now different. The land below him is like a wasteland he once walked on. There's nothing here. There's nothing as everything was blown away from the mountaintop. The battle is ended. The battle for the Holy Grail has ended, and the curtain is about to fall on his battle as well. Alright, I just hope they touch a little bit on how he's still around. I don't mind him still being around, just touch on it a bit. He does not know how long it was. But the accumulated wish that should have bound him forever is gone now. The wish to save everyone? That he was still holding on to even now? And he hated his past self for wishing that? Well, his past self changed his mind, so I guess that's good enough. Well, he came to the realization that it would never fully come true. I guess that's a form of changing his mind. And so the wish bounding him was really like a curse. So, are you also coming to the same conclusion to still just do your best, future Shiro? Emiya? The end quickly permeates into him and takes away his body's form. Is that all? Is that all there is? Oh, maybe not. He looks toward the voice. She should not have the energy to run, but she's running with ragged breath. He watches it in silence. The girl that ran up to him looks up at the knight. The red cloak fluttering in the wind shows no trace of what it used to be. The cloak is cut everywhere, and his armor is cracked and torn. His existence is weak. Standing there haughtily, the knight begins to disappear from his feet up. The rising sun is in the distance. A golden light is emerging from the horizon.
残念だったな。そういうわけだ。今回の聖杯は諦めろ、リン。
Too bad. Well, that's what happened. Give up this holy grail, Rin. Well, from the start, she never really wanted it for the sake of using a wish. She just wanted to win the fight. So, I don't think her giving up the Grail was as big a deal as for Saber, for example. I'll check something real quick. Uh-huh. I won't forget it. Still called her Toast-Talker. Toast-Talker should say everything. Okay. Maybe this version of show never goes to calling her Rin. Maybe in the epilogue. Give up this holy grail, Rin. He must not have anything special to say. The knight in red says trivial things. It's very Shiro of him. Even in this critical moment. Dashes. That gets to her all the more. As it would. The knight who's about to disappear is still acting like before. He is her partner that she spoke cynically with, ran through the battles with, and trusted her back to. She can declare that those days were fun. That's good. How many battles did you really run through him with? You ran through the battle with Lancer, and then you ran through the battle with Berserker, and then I guess you did some sneaking on Caster, and there was some battling there, I suppose. You weren't there though for the actual Caster battle that we got to see. He wasn't there for your battle with Shiro, or your half battle with Rioter. He wasn't there for your battle with the Scullies. So, I mean, he was there for some battles, but he was kind of absent for a lot of the ones later on. It is still there before her eyes. He has remained in this world to save her at the last moment. He lost his master and received the King of Heroes' noble phantasm. Received? As in, they got stuck into him? His body was disappearing, but he did not come to her and ask for her help, and he instead watched over this battle. Okay, they're touching on it. Fair. And the end is in front of her. Okay, that's all they're gonna say? Alright, fine. They're just going to explain what happened and not say anything more. I kind of figured that, I just hoped that... Alright, fair. At the end, and the end is in front of her. Archer. The girl cannot think of what to say. It is always like this for her at the most crucial times. You always do have problems saying things in front of Shiro. She loses her cleverness when it counts the most. The knight smiles a bit. He knew that from the start. The clumsiness of the girl is a dear memory for the knight. What? You don't have to laugh at me at a time like this. She looks up at the knight.
いや、失礼。君の姿があんまりにもあれなものでね。
Oh, excuse me. It's because you look so terrible.
お互い、よくもここまでボロボロになったと呆れたのだ。
I was just amazed at how worn out we are. At least you're acknowledging you're worn out too. He smiles while he talks. Oh wow. Archer smiling. Well, I guess he smiled even before too, but it was always like a sarcastic smile. Dashes. She gets a lump in her throat after seeing his regret-free face. The instant she wonders if he should really disappear. I mean, even if he shouldn't, what can you do to stop it, you know? Shiro wanted very bad for Saber to not in Timeline 1, but that still had to happen.
Archer, もう一度私と契約して。
Archer, form a contract with me again. I mean, what good will that do? The Grail's gone. Just to make you feel better? She says something she shouldn't.
それはできない。リンがセイバーと契約を続けるのかは知らないが、私にその権利はないだろう。
I do not know if you will keep your contract with Saber, but I'm not qualified for that. To be fair, Shiro did use his last command spell to make Saber destroy the Grail, but it was my assumption that, you know, when the Grail goes kaput, the servants go with them. Maybe that's not necessarily true, I suppose. Gilgamesh was an exception, but because of his whole gooping him, but
それに、もう目的がない。私の戦いはここで終わりだ。
And I do not have a goal anymore. My battle ends here. Your future goal of to destroy your past stupid dream. Because now at least this version of Shiro has sort of adjusted the dream. And so that tells you that it's not all fruitless. But even if you say your battle ends here, you're still the heroic spirit Emiya, right? And just because you feel done, the Grail's gonna keep summoning you, right? Hopefully you'll feel better somewhere deep down. His reply is free of doubt and his will is strong. His face is as bright as the rising sun. And how can she force him when he's making a face like that?
けどそれじゃ。
But, Kedo, Sorija! She said Kedo, then repeated Kedo and said Sorija. So there's something else there, but is all we got.
あんたはいつまで経っても。
She said so much and they just translated it as you! Oh, freaking translations. Won't be saved! Ah, because of the whole you don't retain your memories thing? It should affect him deep down, though. That's the whole reason he gained so much resentment for the past version of himself. So hopefully it's enough. It's certainly a big cookie. So hopefully it's enough. The girl swallows her words and hangs her head. That is not something the girl should say. And it's not something that is solved by keeping the night in this world.
参ったな。この世に未練はないが。
Man, I do not have any attachment to this world, but it's troubling to have her cry. For him, the girl always has to be positive. A positive, indulgent realist. Not an optimist. A positive, indulgent realist? But isn't some of that positivity ignoring the reality to an extent? Just a little bit. But that's definitely Shiro of you, wanting Rin to always look chipper. He was always encouraged by her figure. You mean that sexually too? So he wants her to stay that way until the very end. Rin. The girl looks up at the voice. It's funny how they encouraged each other. Because, yeah, her confident demeanor made him more confident, but him seeing so determined in a stupid way, but she didn't realize, is what gave her the confident demeanor in the first place. The girl looks up at the voice. Her face looks cute, trying to hold back the tears. Fucking Archer. Fucking Shiro. Rather than expressing the attachment he feels, he looks at the boy lying in the distance.
私を頼む。知っての通り、頼りないやつだからな。
Aw, you refer to him as yourself. You're accepting him as one and the same. He just thought of you guys as separate in the end, more or less. That's what he was thinking as he was going unconscious. Not that he necessarily hates you anymore, but you're full on accepting you as one and the same, which is essentially saying that you've accepted his version of the ideal, and that hopefully that's a strong enough acceptance that it'll affect your heroic spirit too. Please take care of me. I think you know, but I am unreliable.
君が支えてやってくれ。
Please support me. Interesting. I was thinking that he would actually take the other approach and go along with what Shiro was saying is, please support him. Like, you want to look out for him now, but you're different people. And you are, but there's still something important in him accepting as the same person. The knight says so as if it's someone else's business. Those are words of parting. The future might change. I mean, the fact that... I mean, I feel like it already has, given that this Shiro has a different type of dream. But it's true that he could potentially go down a future that leads to your version, more or less. It would just be a lot harder because, you know, he's already seen what the future could be if he doesn't accept in advance that it'll never fully come true. If a girl like her stays with Emiya Shiro, the hero Emiya should not be born. Oh, because of Rin? Not anything else, because of Rin? I feel like you, Emiya, had a big impact on her, even if you wouldn't admit it. Big impact on him. And her, but, you know. Also, you were supposed to have some kind of lover that betrayed you, right? I guess that lover was not Rin. His words contain such hope. Of course, to the end. I mean, this Emiya, you know, it's hard to get rid of all the stuff boiled up across, you know, the decades of his life, and then possibly all the timeless jumping into all different timelines and futures and past of his unlife. For that, you know, slight hatred of himself to, it's not slight, big hatred, and self-esteem issues to vanish much harder than past Shiro getting through it. Thinking it's all due to Rin, not his own actions and words. Yeah, definitely Emiya, I think. If anything, Rin certainly is helping, but I definitely think Emiya has a much stronger impact on Shiro than Rin does. In this regard, at least. His words contain such hope. Archer. But even if it ends up that way, the already existing knight will forever be a guardian. Yep. The boy and the man are two different existences. They only have the same starting point, and he is an ideal that the boy dreamed of. And yet, if anything, it's as far from the ideal as it could be. Well, it's not. Given that this future Shiro is still seems to have been redeemable, it's not as far from the ideal as you could be, but... Dashes. There is no salvation available for this knight. Does there need to be a salvation, though? As long as he's able to remember this on some level deep down in him, heroic spirit Emiya could still go back to, you know, being, you know, he would never be fully optimistic, I don't think. And he's never gonna, I think, achieve some of the things that this version of Shiro has the potential to achieve. But he could at least be more accepting of his role, and less hating of the past version of himself that got him to where he is. He'll probably still hate himself in general, on some level, but just less regret, I think, is the important part that Shiro taught him. There's nothing to give to him, as he has already died and become a phenomenon. She nods in spite of that. She cannot give him anything, so she will give him her best smile. He asked her to take care of him. He could become as healthy as Timeline 1 Shiro? I don't know. I mean, even that's nice, but yeah. She smiles so that she can answer the trust he put in her.
分かってる。私頑張るから。あんたみたいにひねくれたやつにならないよう頑張るから。きっとあいつが自分を好きになれるように頑張るから。
Yeah, I know. I'll do my best. I'll do my best so that he won't get twisted like you. I'll do my best so he'll be able to like himself. Oh, that last part especially is important. It's an ongoing process. He clearly doesn't fully like himself, but if you're there, I feel like even without you being there, this Shiro knows now to not aim for something that, or rather, to not think he can actually succeed at the thing he's aiming at fully. But you, I think with you, your presence, he maybe can start to approach actually liking himself, despite his little speech about, you know, I won't hate myself anymore, but I won't like myself anymore. Maybe there's some wiggle room there with Rin. So you should also like yourself. I'll do my best so he won't get twisted like you. So you should also become untwisted. Forgive yourself. I think he has. At least, to an extent. She has not put it into words. She looks up at the disappearing night with a flood of emotions. How much salvation did it bring? Her words? Maybe all of it. After engraving... Oh, the smile! That's also important. After engraving the girl's smile into his memory with pride. Ah, pride! There's definitely salvation there, after all he was saying about not having any pride. He has pride in one thing, I guess, his relationship with Rin, his ability to protect her. You have pride in the ability to keep Rin safe, maybe?
答えは得た。大丈夫だよ、遠坂。俺もこれから頑張っていくから。
All this time I'm like, when is Shiro gonna finally call her Rin? And instead, Emiya is the one who at the end goes back and calls her Tosaka. Ah! It's fine, but it's like, what? Okay. Isn't that backwards? I get it, but I get the idea. He called her Rin to distance himself from the version of Shiro that would call her Tosaka, but isn't Rin the preference? Because that's when you're closer, right? And yeah, that Shiro smile. That is unsettling. It doesn't even really look like Archer anymore. That look. Ew, you look weird when you smile. Don't do it anymore. I found my answer. It's fine, Tosaka. I'll do my best from now on as well. Good on you, Emiya. And he goes. A breeze. That was nice. I like that. Archer looks a lot similar to Shiro when his hair is down. Yeah. I said that he looked very Shiro-esque when we saw the image of him when he first summoned his reality marble. But seeing him up close like that was just, oh, it's like, what is that? Sometimes the hairstyle makes a big difference. The knight has finally rested his wounded body, without waiting for the girl's reply. I never got to complain to you. That's okay, you have another Shiro who can still complain to when he wakes up. And you have plenty of time to do the complaining. But Il is dead in this timeline. Oh, and Shinji's alive? What a terrible outcome! She wipes away her tears and talks to the one who is not there. Her voice is clear, and the girl is standing firm again. Again, as if she was trepidatious before. She felt inadequate about what would become of future Shiro. Yeah. Inadequate about what would become of, because he still has to go back to being a heroic spirit. And so for once, she was feeling a little bit of regret that she can't do something about it, but as always, they help each other out. Archer's stuck forever. At least she got to die in the Fate route. Saber isn't... I feel like she's still stuck forever, though. Maybe I'm understanding wrong, but, like, Saber wished on the world to make her a spirit the same way. She just has to get the Grail to make it come true. And she'll never get the Grail, but it's already been confirmed that she'll get the Grail because of how this silly logic works. So, I guess she's not summoned anymore, but also she's already a spirit, so wouldn't Saber still be summoned? I don't know. However that works. Timey-wimey shenanigans, but it's bittersweet, but I don't think, honestly, I can definitely see the interpretation that this is more bittersweet than the Saber one, but I would disagree. I think Archer is clearly developed here and is hopefully going to be able to make his heroic spirit version more, you know, generally heroic. The contract only gets confirmed when she gets the Grail, but she only became a heroic spirit because it was confirmed she would get the Grail. It seems so... Wait, it's weird that Shiro can randomly be like, okay, world, make me a heroic spirit. But then Saber has to be like, make me a heroic spirit, but I'll have to get the Grail first to make it work. So why does Shiro not need to get the Grail first? Or did he already get the Grail? Archer can't get out because he already got paid, so to say? I don't get it, though. Because did Archer get a version of the Grail? Because otherwise, how does he get accepted? Unless he skipped the middleman, and it's just possible and Saber didn't know, and Saber's like, I'll get the Grail, so make me a spirit so I can get the Grail. Whereas Archer skipped the middleman and just said, make me a spirit, fuck getting the Grail? I don't understand that. Saber's bad at haggling? Yeah, it just seems like Saber's bad at haggling. Grail is the reward? But she became a heroic... Okay, whatever. Yeah, it just seems like... Shiro seems like he was able to skip a step, but I guess Saber's goal was never to be a spirit. Saber's goal was to get the Grail, so that she could get the wish from the Grail. That's fair, I suppose. But she had to make herself a spirit to do that. But it said that she was only destined to be a spirit because the Grail accepted her as a spirit, but the Grail didn't keep her a spirit because she accepted that she was never going to get the Grail? Yeah, timeline shenanigans. But whatever. Personally, I find the Saber one more bittersweet because Shiro and Saber clearly had a real, like, kind of romance brewing, and then it had to just stop because Saber was forced to go back to her own time and basically die. Here, though, I feel like this version of Emiya can have his own sort of resolution. And it's true that, you know, Rin maybe wanted to, you know, spend more time with this version of Shiro, but she's got a version of Shiro, so to me, this is a bit less bittersweet. It's just worse because, you know, Ilya's dead, but, you know, if we ignore that and talking about just this portion. Nobody was destined for anything, in simpler terms, I suppose, but the way they explained it was that she had to become a spirit to get the Grail, and the Grail made her a spirit with the promise she would definitely get the Grail. So I suppose as soon as she stopped wanting to get the Grail broke off the contract with her. I guess that's fair. Anyways, her voice is clear and the girl is standing firm again. It's only natural. She does not have time to be depressed after he made a face like that. Indeed. Wipes away her tears. She says goodbye to the ground that the knight was standing on and runs to the boy laying on the ground. But really, is the one who disappeared the boy and the one on the ground the man? Of a form. I'd like to believe the body remembers the moment. Within the golden sunrise, The smile he had was like that of the boy. Mm-hmm. Alright, epilogue! Yay! We hit the epilogue! Cool. I have to pee again, so I'll probably take a... Oh, do I have to progress the epilogue? Do I have to press a button? Let's press a button. I sometimes recall the fight with future Shiro. That's what it looks like. Alright, we'll get to that epilogue. First, though... Hey! Still gotta pee! Fitting. Gotta pee again! Alright, as we enter this epilogue, I will intermission again. I sometimes recall the fight. The crying spirit and the sparks flying off the clashing swords. My attacks were immature, and it's not something one could call a sword dance. You've always been blunt. We were both clumsy and did not know of retreat. The ridiculous sounds of clashing swords were annoying, and I have no memory of them. They were annoying? Oh no. Does that mean you were annoyed at my ad break? On Twitch where I left the clashing sounds on? My intermission? Although that was against Gilgamesh, so maybe that's different. At that time, I lost an answer and found an answer. Yeah, the answer you found was that... The answer you lost was that there should be some way to save everyone. And the answer you found is, I'll still try even if there isn't. I think that could have been better articulated in the actual Shiro off to an extent. I don't hate it, now that I understand the through line. So Shiro is going to end this pathway really being a bit more still kind of self-hatey. Alright. Rin said she wants to work on that with him. I wonder if there will be anything much will come of that in the epilogue or not. Lost an answer and found an answer. So a plus and a minus makes 0. Nothing has changed. Like Fate Zero? I don't think nothing has changed. I think a lot has changed, Shiro. You're selling yourself short if you think nothing's changed. He's him and I'm me. I'm just watching this fading dream. Shiro fixed his past, corrected his future, now he needs to work on his current self? I guess, maybe that's the idea. Timeline 1, he comes to peace with his past. Timeline 2, he comes to peace with what his future would be if he kept on this path. And Timeline 3, he fixes his present. Okay, I can see that, but... I can see that. I guess I just focused on the fact that Rin seemed to care a lot earlier on about Shiro was not letting himself have fun. And even though Shiro had fun on the date, they never really bothered to follow up on that much. That's why I was expecting that to be sort of the through line of, okay, so Shiro's going to have to learn to have fun to differentiate himself from, learn to have the self-worth, learn to have pride in himself, that is to say, to separate himself from the future version of Shiro. That's where my mind was. And Rin still wants him to have fun, but it's more of an afterthought of, oh yeah, I wanted you to have fun, but we didn't really work on that much in this timeline. A little, but not much. So, I suppose, yeah, I do think that, if they wanted that to be more of a back burner thought, I think there were ways to make that a back burner thought and have the actual... Because the thing is, there wasn't actually that much development between Rin and Shiro much in this timeline, more than just realizations. if anything. Like, Rin wanted to try to succeed in making Shiro have fun, and she did kind of on the date, but then beyond that, not much more came of it other than I'll make him have more fun. And as far as Shiro to Rin, Rin didn't really, beyond Shiro convincing her to, yes, continue walking this path, believing in herself, never doubting herself, even if there was some subtle development towards accepting that she's willing to allow the, even if there's some subtle, like, of allowing Tosaka's, crest, whatever you call that, to transfer to Shiro, it's very subdued and subtle. And so, unlike in Timeline 1, where there was a lot of Shiro helping to fix Saber, and Saber helping to fix Shiro, in Timeline 2, it's more, they root for each other so they can stay determined in their already predestined paths. Although, at least with Shiro, it does change in the sense that he realizes his dream is never going to come true, but he's still going to aim for it. Rin, though, just keeps going forward. Yeah. It seems like Rin, yeah, this is very much, if anything, it feels less like the Shiro and Rin route, and more like the Shiro and Amiya route, as it were. Because they sort of helped fix each other, in a way. Whereas Rin kind of, yeah, was just on the back burner. Being like, I'm going to make him have fun. Eventually, not during the timeline, but eventually, after the epilogue or something, it'll happen. He's him and I'm me. I'm just watching this fading dream. And they never even made out! I'm just watching this fading dream. It's been only a month. I suppose thinking of it as the Archer route is certainly better as far as the developments go. I guess my mind being on this as the Rin route did pollute me a little bit, which I suppose is my own fault, but it's not entirely my own fault. But I think there's some blame for the game as well, but yeah. It's not necessarily a problem that Rin in this route. It could just be this is the Archer route, and Rin happens to be around a lot. But even then, Archer's interactions with Rin should mean something meaningful. But... Yeah, I definitely feel, especially the fact that they made such a big deal out about Rin wanting Shiro to have fun, and that never really goes anywhere during the course of this timeline. That still is a sticking point for me, but it's been only a month. But it feels so dear now. It seems like it happened so long ago. She seemed like an even bigger part of the story in the Fate route than her own route. That's not entirely untrue, yeah. I mean, she wasn't around in the climax, but she had a cool little, oh, I have this memento from Kirei, here, take it. And also, Rin frickin' gets told that Kirei killed her dad, and, like, nothing. It's like she has a bit of a temper tantrum, but if there's any actual, development beyond that with her, it's all subdued, and we, the player, never find out about it. So, it's almost like the fact that Kirei killed her dad, it's irrelevant, because anything that is relevant there is all subtext, and no real text. In Fate, though, yeah, she was forced to deal with the loss of Archer, and yet still kept being on Shiro's side anyway. And then she had the whole thing where she's like, Shiro, you can do it, use this dagger that Kirei gave me. Which that dagger that Kirei gave him could have also been built up a little bit, but... yeah. I did think there were some weird questions with Rin that weren't fully explored, whereas I don't think it's necessarily true here. It's different issues, but... it seems like it happened so long ago. The memory of it is fading day by day, and I can't even remember what the person I was fighting looked like. So what are they going to do with Shinji in the epilogue? Is the fact that he saved just going to be good on Rin and Shiro's conscience, or are they actually going to do something with him? But that is to be expected. That was something that was impossible from the start. We did not believe that the fight would change anything. We just tried to beat each other to ascertain ourselves. So that you were the correct version, as it were. There's nothing to gain from victory. There never was such a thing. The loser comes to an end, and there is no prize for the winner. Man, it really was good for nothing. Well, he started it, not you. I mean, I guess you were always you were always angsty at him, but he's the one who started the actual fight. I can still recall it if I close my eyes. The echoes of unrefined metals. A dazzling, distant technique that knew no retreat. It was our beliefs that crashed against each other, and I think you both became stronger for it. He taught you, you taught him. It's good. I fought against my own ideal to carry out my hope. You really were not just fighting against yourself in the sense that it was a different version of yourself, but your own self. It was both proving your own versions to yourself. Past Shiro fighting being like, no, my ideal is still right. Future Shiro fighting being like, no, I was always wrong. Every version of me was wrong for wanting this. The result is not clear yet. I don't know who won or which of us remained. I suppose that's true, in a way. Because you don't know if in the future you will end up like Archer, as it were. Because if you do, then yeah, you lost. It should be a while before the result becomes clear. Yep. An illusion like a mirage that disappears when one turns around. Only the reverberation remains, and my feet will eventually reach.
Kora, okinka tawake.
Oh hey, Issei, what's up? Wake up, you fool!
みな集会に向かったぞ。学校に来ていながらボイコットするつもりか貴様。
Everyone else has already left for the assembly. Are you going to boycott it even though you're at school? Dashes! My body is being shaken. Not stirred. The voice brings me back to reality. Oh, hey, Issei!
あれ、なんで一線がいるんだ?
I'm glad that you're not dead and didn't, like, shank me and then shank yourself. That went nowhere. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna watch that bad ending for sure. But, I mean, I'm gonna watch the Taiga Dojo explaining it. But, like, the good version still involved us talking to Issei. So what's the fucking difference? Even if there is a difference, like, it would be you, the reader, having to come up with one to make it work. The game doesn't explain the difference. Why are you here, Issei? I raise my head and look at my classmate.
なぜなどない。ここは教室で。今日は2年最後の日で。時刻は終業式10分前だ。
Why? We're in our classroom. Today is our last day and it's 10 minutes before the closing ceremony. I'm not as mad at this as I am at some other things I think of that are similar, but I do remember a sticking point with me in Persona 4 where I'm like, well, what about X and Y? And I got people in the comments going, well, X and Y could be this or that. And I responded the same way, being like, well, yeah, but you're the one who has to come up with that. The game could have told me any of those things and didn't. And yeah, I feel like there's a difference between open for interpretation and... I don't know. When it comes to something like that, I think it shouldn't be open for interpretation. I think when it's something like that, they should explain But why, though? Hmm. We're in our classroom. Today is our last day, and it's 10 minutes before the closing ceremony. Seeing Issei just brings it up in my mind, but I'll try to focus on the actual epilogue.
姿が見えぬからもしやと探しに来れば本当に居眠りしていると呆れたぞ。
I came to look for you since I did not see you, but I did not expect to find you sleeping. I don't know if he's in a hurry or just plain angry, but Issei yells at me. In a hurry? Also, do you have any thoughts on Kazuki, by the way? How good friends were you with him? I know he was your relative to an extent. Dashes. We're the only ones in the classroom. It's 9:50 p.m. The closing ceremony starts at 10 o'clock, so I bet everyone's at the gym already.
もしきちんと目が覚めているか、エミヤ。
Hey, are you really awake, Emiya?
今ので完全に目が覚めた。サンキュー、一世。起こしに来てくれて助かった。
Yeah, that woke me up completely. Thanks, Issei. I'm glad you came to wake me up.
わかればよろしい。だが礼は後だ。急がねば間に合わん。
It's fine if you understand, but thank me later. We won't make it unless we hurry.
お前と俺が欠席とあっては、藤村先生がどんな暴れっぷりを示すか見当もつかんからな。
Good to know that she's up and at him again. I do not want to think how angry Fujimura-sensei would be if she finds out we were not there.
了解。明日から休みだっていうのに、無茶な課題出されたら、クラスのみんなに顔向けできない。藤姉をおとなしくさせるのは任された。
Ah, Roger. I can't face my classmates if Fujine gives us ridiculous amounts of homework before the vacation. I'll make sure to calm her down. I'm thinking about what this Shiro will carry over to Timeline 3, and assuming it's more than just he remembers the timelines, which may be a plot twist down the line, but from the beginning, I would assume that the difference is going to be he's going to go more out of his way to help people. Because the problem with Shiro is he's always been spinning his wheels, not knowing how he'll save people, just knowing eventually he'll want to reach an ideal where he can save as many people as possible. But he's afraid to try because deep down he's worried it'll fail. But he really wants it to come true. Now he understands it'll never fully come true. So there's nothing stopping him from just trying as much as he can. So maybe that will be the big change in Timeline 3 to his mentality, will be trying to save as much as possible as often as possible. Instead of doubting himself in that department. Interesting, this is 1 month after compared to the Fate route where it was 6 months after? Maybe that's because they needed more downtime for Sakura to adjust her to her brother being dead or something. Whereas her brother's alive now. How's Sakura gonna feel about that? Oh no, this is definitely worse for Sakura because her brother's a dick. And Ilya didn't become friends with her. I can't find my classmates if Fujine gives us ridiculous amounts of homework before the vacation. I'll make sure to calm her down. Oh wait, did Shiro say that? Who said that now? I don't remember anymore. I've been spitballing for too long.
頼むぞ。
Shiro said,
これ
okay.
以上宿題が増えれば、皆に顔向けができないどころか、間違いなく呪われる。
Please, we'll be too ashamed to face our classmates if she gives us more homework. I'm sure that they will curse us. Yup. And you take curses seriously, don't you? Yeah, outside of Shiro's mentality, this is kind of worst timeline overall. Yeah. Rin lost her crest, but is that a bad thing is debatable. Because of her whole... Even though she says she doesn't doubt her way before now was following the Tosaka way, which she's now discarding. And again, that could be subtle character development we're just not allowed to see. Or we're going to see it in the epilogue. But yeah. It could be for the best that Rin doesn't have her crest. That could be healthier. Healthy Shiro is the worst everything is? Oh no, don't talk like that. He sounds scary, but the frightening truth is that it's very possible. She gives you more homework because you're late? Oh boy, yeah. The extra homework she gave us last summer after we got her mad was ridiculous. It wasn't even English homework. What was she thinking when she told us to enter any competition to win a medal? Enter any competition to win a medal because I want you to prove that you're worthy enough to win a medal. Sure.
エミヤ、急げと言っとろうが。
Emmy, we have to hurry.
あれ、すぐ行く。
Sorry, I'm coming. We should hurry to the gym for now. It only takes 3 minutes if we run. We should make it 5 minutes early if no teacher finds us. So it's 8 minutes until it's start time?
いや、それはダメだ。
Nope, we cannot run.
走るのはいかん。
We cannot run in the hallway. Of course, Issei's got to be the studious type. So maybe that means we won't make it on time, which is worse. I was too optimistic. As expected from the student council president, he's really committed, as he is still following the rules even now.
立派だ、一世。けど、歩いてたら間に合わないぞ。
Ah, Issei's going to be forced to make a moral choice. That's splendid, Issei, but we will not make it if we walk.
走らぬ程度に急ごう。何 ?1 分前だろうがなんだろうが、間に合いさえすれば言い訳は立つ。
Let us hurry without running. We can make up any excuse as long as we are there on time. Will you be there on time, though? I nod and walk faster. Okay. The fast walk. That's still kind of unsafe, but you say, well, at least it's not running, so you're not technically breaking any rules. Is that what you're doing, you say? Which means you're not looking at the spirit of the rules. We're in the middle of March, and the sky is amazingly blue. Fuyuki City has long winters, but spring is finally around the corner. The days went by quickly. It's been a month since the Holy Grail War. The city is back to normal now. Holy Grail has been destroyed. Again! And most of the damage caused by the Masters was taken care of by the church. Maybe to fully destroy the Grail, you have to, like, jump into that black stuff. And, like, you have to go to the core of the black stuff and destroy it at its true core. Maybe. The Holy Grail has been destroyed, and most of the damage caused by the Masters was taken care of by the church. Yeah. Oh, the church took care of it. Did they dispatch someone new to replace Kirei? The person that came as a replacement for Kotomine is old but energetic, and everything was smoothly settled. Destroy the core of hell? Replacement for Kotomine. Is he going to be a real character? Probably not. They went out of their way to say he's old, though. Does that matter? But one can see the after effects of battle here and there. Kazuki Suichiro, the person that chose to fight his master, is considered missing. Sure, let's go with that. Issei was sad that the one who he treated as an older brother was gone, but yeah, I think maybe it's this kind of stuff that'll motivate Timeline 3 Shiro to be like, okay, make sure Kazuki doesn't die, make sure Ilya doesn't die, you know, he's got to chalk those off on the list. But, you know, one of those that he doesn't have to is make sure Shinji doesn't die, because he already succeeded in that. Maybe give Shinji a proper heel face turn? That might be something. Issei was sad the one who he treated as his older brother was gone, but...
元からひょろりと寺に現れたゆえ、去る時もこんなものだろう。
He suddenly showed up at the temple to start with. It's only fitting that he leaves the same way. We're probably going to get a little bit more on that, too. Because we don't know exactly how he showed up. My guess is he started as an assassin, but they never confirmed it. Yeah, and also, him and Castor are also something that, not even just him, but Castor, based on Shiro's personality and his wish to try his best to save everyone, Castor should be someone he tries to save as well, too. So... maybe she'll have a turn as well. Who do they fight at that point? The Makiri and or the Grail itself, I suppose? How does Gilgamesh get taken out such that he's not, you know, the big bad 3 times in a row? Maybe it's like, maybe the fact the Grail took him, maybe it carries over timelines. Maybe like the Black Goop, it took him so Gilgamesh just won't be around. Or subtly within him. Things to think of. He suddenly showed up at the temple to start with. It's only fitting that he leaves the same way. If Gilgamesh is around, then that suggests that Shiro's power to reset the world might be more tied to him than the Grail itself, because the Grail isn't overpowering Shiro to that extent. Issei just laughed it off. Surprising thing is Fujine, and it turned out that they often drank tea together. Oh, she's more sad. Look at that, they're characterizing Kazuki after he's dead, so that it gives him more initiative to save him in Timeline 3. I've always cared more for dogs, but I've never really owned either one for much. I owned a dog for a bit, but it was a problematic dog that had issues in its past. So it wasn't, it would have probably needed to see some counseling to some extent, but dog counseling, you know what I mean. If I was to have repeated the situation now, I would have tried harder to find a way, but back then when I was, a lot younger. Surprising thing is Fujine, and it turned out that they often drank tea together. She complained that she wanted to fight him once. So, she wanted to fight him once! So it seems Fujine knew that Kazuki was a master of martial arts. Shinji's life has been saved thanks to Tosaka, and he's currently in the hospital. Okay, and? I guess the hospital is part of the Magic Association, and he's getting better. Great! To what end? that hospital, interesting. Do they have magical healing instruments there? That they're able to hide and treat as if they're not magic? Sakura is busy visiting Shinji, so she's been showing up at my place only on the weekends. How much does she really care about him, huh? I mean, I guess now he's maybe in a better place, but is he? We saw no real development. I went to check up on them once, and they were getting along surprisingly well. Maybe this Shinji lost his hubris after he was basically turned into a Grail for a while. I don't know if that event took something out of him, or if he's just energetic from the wounds. He's still family. He's a pretty big shitbag from my understanding, but, I mean, Sakura's also a nice person and has clearly, if there is something disgusting going on between Shinji and Sakura, has a lot of forgiveness for him. So it makes sense that if he's gotten a little better after that incident, that she would, forgive him for maybe the bad stuff. Shinji basically mentally died for a while. Yeah, he could still be mentally dead now. So, I mean, there's no proof that it humbled him. You can assume it would, but, without really going over it, I feel like you can still... And they didn't have Shinji wake up in the moment or anything during the finale. They're just leaving it as an epilogue, which to me just feels like an afterthought, where he totally could just go back to his douchebag ways once he's out of the hospital and healed up and has enough time to do that. Yeah. It's a nice little way to be like, oh, and I'm sure he got better. But if anything, this is just... Oop, I bumped the mic a little bit. It's just the game's way of letting Rin save a bad person and show that she's, that, oh, saving a bad person is a heroic thing. And that's true, but it doesn't really, they didn't bother touching much on the person being saved, I would say. For all I know, Shinji could still be abusing Sakura. Yeah, and he could still continue to once he gets out of the hospital, potentially. Either way, Shinji is ironic but honest, and he's acting more like the Shinji I first got to know. Oh. So what, are you saying that the Shinji you first got to know was actually a bit nicer? And he became more of a douchebag recently, possibly because of Makiri's bullshit? I could be willing to buy that. Is Makiri not still around to potentially give him more bullshit once he comes out of the hospital? Saber's not here anymore. She left this world after destroying the Holy Grail. Something constraining her must have been released when she destroyed the Holy Grail with her own hands. It's vexing that I could not say goodbye to her. Yeah, she said that she would talk to you again. I should be glad that she's freed from the binding of the Holy Grail. If I do ever see her again, I want to thank her as much as I can. Will you remember when you see her again? Not if, but when. So, and finally the most important person.
Tosaka.
Tosaka! Right after we get down to the first floor.
あら生徒会長、こんな時に校舎の見回り？それとも各部室の手入れかしら？毎度のことで言い飽きたけど、そういうところ本当にマメなのね。
Oh, student council president. Are you patrolling the building at this time? Or are you taking care of the club rooms? I'm getting tired of saying this, but you really are diligent. Indeed he is. Are Shu and Rin gonna act flirty in public? Are they basically dating now? Or not? Because if they're still not basically dating, I'm holding to my Leia theory. Because they never started macking. Thought Shir the hero just decided to be friends with the worst guy ever? I mean, with how much self-hate he has, he might be like, well, he can't be that bad. He's friends with Sakura, and Sakura's great. Then again, he became friends with Shinji before he met Sakura, so... I guess there's something there. It just means there's room for a proper development for us to see on screen in Timeline 3, hopefully. I'm getting tired of saying this, but you really are diligent. Meet up with the person representing the students at the closing ceremony, who's coming out of the teacher's office.
こちらもその言い回しには飽き飽きだ。たまには違う憶測を立ててみろ。
I'm also tired of hearing that line. Try guessing something else for a change. Guessing something else? Oh, yeah. Taking care of the club rooms. No, he's going to the thing. He's just late because he was waking up Shiro. Ah, that's right. That's not what she guessed. Issei would blow his stack if Rin started flirting with Shiro. Well, all the more reason to do it. Rin does like pushing Issei's buttons, right? That would do it, wouldn't it? So.
それとも貴様、よもやわざと繰り返しているのではあるまいな。
Or do you keep saying that on purpose? Issei glares at Tosaka.
そんなの当たり前じゃない。何？今まで気づいてなかったの？リュウド。
The narration, the monologue, is still calling her Tosaka. That doesn't mean he'll call her Tosaka when he talks to her, but it probably does, given that Future Shiro reverted to Tosaka, as if that's better. I guess it would be kind of silly for Shiro to develop to Rin now. Of course it was on purpose. What, did you not realize that until now? Oh, she loves pushing your buttons.
そうなんだ。もう少しユーモアのある人だと思ったけど、本当に堅物だったのね。
I see. I thought you had more sense of humor, but I guess you really are a blockhead.
ごめんなさい。今まで親愛の情を込めて同じ挨拶をしていたけど、あなたには分かりづらかったんですね。
Affection? Maybe this is gonna finally make Issei properly fall in love with the demon. Man, imagine Shiro calling Rin become a bad thing. Oh yeah. No longer caring about her? That seems so weird, but I guess he would no longer have enough respect to call her by the last name, but normally when you're close to the person... I'm very sorry, I always use the same greeting to show my affection for you, but I guess it was hard for you to understand. I think she's still just trying to push his buttons because she enjoys it, and she probably knows how he feels a little weird about her.
何が親愛だ。お前に向けられる親愛など覚えがない。行くぞエミヤ。ネギツネに構っていては式に遅れる。
What do you mean by affection? I have not done anything that deserves your affection. Come, Emiya, we'll be late if we concern ourselves with this fox. Castor was also called a fox by some. Issei sure doesn't get along with Tosaka. Oh, did he not comment at all on the girl who was at the temple? Did she just vanish from his memory? I guess he probably just didn't care about as much as her as Kazuki, but... No, they actually get along really well. It's just the ultimate Sun-off. None of the dare, but the dare is all subtext. Well, I feel the same way, so I'm in no position to feel sympathy. What? You think you don't get along with Tosaka? So, our eyes meet as I walk past her. Okay, and? Dashes? Dashes? We decide to act normally when there are people around. Oh, but are you like all in each other's business when there's no people around? That means you're still hiding stuff, though. For what? For the sake of... That means you get to still be your magical society together? That's arguably continuing the Tosaka brand, which maybe Shiro would want to continue, but would Rin not be developing to not continue? I naturally ignore Tosaka and follow Issei. Oh, but?
おはようエミヤくん。今朝も元気そうで嬉しいわ。
Okay, jump straight to that. Good, I mean, at least she's calling you Emiya. Good morning, Emiya-kun. I'm glad you seem well. I don't know what she's angry about, but she embraces my arm and puts on a big smile. Okay, is she doing this to, to annoy Issei? Or is she actually angry at Shio for some reason? Maybe both. Or maybe she's extra interested in me now and wants to put down the veil. Oh! My head goes blank. It's because even though we've been seeing each other, this is the first time we've touched each other in a month. First time you've touched each other in a month? You never touched each other at all in the last month? So, you haven't been seeing each other like dating. For a second, that's where my mind went. But no, if you haven't been touching each other, I mean, I guess you can do that, but ever since you touched each other to transfer crests, you hadn't touched, I suppose, because Shiro would have felt awkward and not would have made a move. Maybe Rin's not angry, but is doing this because she realized it's been a month and Shiro's not still making a move, so she has to make the move? That's still something to be angry about, though. First time we've touched each other in over a month. Tosaka! I try not to blush as I hear the sensation of her touch. Bear the sensation.
冗談よ。けど嬉しいのは本当よ。
I'm joking, but it's true that I'm happy, Emiya-kun.
そうだ。式が終わって生徒会の手伝いが済んだら一緒に帰りましょう。私、あなたが来るまでずっと教室で待ってるから。
Let's go home together after you finish helping out the student council. After the ceremony, I'll keep waiting in my classroom. Tosaka puts emphasis on keep on waiting. In other words, she's been waiting too long for you to make the move on her? Oh, you say. What are you saying? Let go of him already! Touching before marriage? How lewd!
何言って竜道君には関係ないでしょ
Oh, the slide away is funny. It has nothing to do with you, Ryudo-kun.
それじゃあ失礼生徒会長に代わって挨拶をしなくちゃいけないから私も忙しいの
Oh, what a brag! What an insult! Excuse us, I'm busy as well since I have to make a speech in your place, student council president. What? Tosaka leaves, leaving behind the footsteps of a victor. It's all just a game she has to win to her.
どういうことだエミヤ
What was that about, Emiya?
貴様あのメギツネとどういう関係だ
What is your relationship with that fox?
いやどういう関係って言われても
Well, it's hard to explain, but, she got her teeth into me.
大体遠坂と知り合いになったってのはかなり前に言ったと思うわ
First of all, I think I told you before that we're acquainted, and I'm sure for me that was enough to say that, but you, no. More details, man.
そんなものは1ヶ月も前の話だろ悪いことは言わんから手を切れと忠告したはずだそうか弱みだな
That was a month ago.
弱みを握られたのかエミヤ
I warned you to cut your ties with her. Oh, I get it. Does she hold a weakness of yours?
ああまあ弱みといえば弱みは
Well, I guess you can call it a weakness.
やはりそうか
I knew it! A weakness in that you like her? You love her, even. It was a month ago. I warned you to cut your ties. Oh, weakness. I guess that's exactly the weakness he would be talking about, given that it's Issei. And he felt a weakness for the woman at the temple, as it were.
くそ、己遠坂。もはや捨ておけん。さあ、相談しろエミヤ。今すぐ白状しろエミヤ。
Dang.
二人で手を合わせて、今日こそあのメギツネに仏罰を下してやるのだ。
I cannot let you go now, Tosaka. Consult me, Emiya. Confess, Emiya. We shall give that fox her due punishment. Oh, you're great, Issei. It's nice when you're not shanking me and then shanking yourself. Issei shakes me, but doesn't shank me.
いっせ、時間、終業式始まるぞ。
Look at the time, Issei. The ceremony's starting.
みじんも構わん。
I do not care.
どうせ初めは気圧のざれ言。少々遅れた方が精神衛生上よかろう。
The ceremony starts out with a speech from that fox. It shall be mentally good for us to not hear it. The student council president keeps shaking me. This is just his way of, because he's jealous, and he actually really deep down likes Rin the most, right? Issei is normally calm, but his personality changes when it involves Tosaka. Yes, because he doesn't know how to understand his own feelings. But that's what it means. He really has the biggest crush on Tosaka. Tosaka must be his natural enemy, but...
悪い、いっせ。士気が上がっているところすまないが、俺じゃ遠坂をどうにもできない。
I'm sorry, Issei.
逆にやっつけられる。
I'm sorry to let you down, but I can't do anything about Tosaka. She'll beat me instead if I go to beat her.
その悪いことは言わないから。
You shouldn't go near her.
近づかない方がいい。
She's my waifu after all. If he does understand that he has feelings for her to some extent, he would want him staying away from her, his woman.
エミヤにしては後ろ向きな発言。まさかそれほどの弱みを握られているというのか。
That is a rare negative comment coming from you. Is the weakness she's holding that bad? Oh yeah, it's bad. She's got the keys to his heart.
残念ながら。そんなわけなんで、遠坂大治は一世一人に任せる。
Unfortunately.
辛い戦いだとは思うが、俺の分まで頑張ってくれ。
So I'm leaving you to take care of Tosaka. I know it's a hard fight, but please do your best. Ganbatte yo!
そうか、わかった。安心しろエミヤ。より良い学園生活のためだ。何としても遠坂の化けの皮を剥いで失脚
I
させる。
see. All right, do not worry, Emiya. It is for the good of our school. I shall reveal her true identity and overthrow her.
メギツネめ、運動系の部活動を束ねて何やら企んでいるようだが、あと1年もすれば生徒会も盤石だ。
She seems to be planning
本当
something
の勝負はそれからよ。
with all the athletic clubs, but the student council will be ready for her before the next year is out. The real match starts then. The student council president smiles in anticipation. Good luck. But Issei, well, I'll be graduating in a year. Wait, what? Be ready for her before the next year is out. Oh yeah, the next year, by the end of it, you'd be graduating, so... I mean, basically what he's saying is he's admitting defeat, right? Subtle defeat admission? He wants to lose to Rin. He wants to be her bottom. And maybe he can be her bottom if it turns out that we really do not go anywhere within the course of this timeline, which might mean that secretly Rin is the Leia. We just don't find out till timeline 3, and that's why they never do anything macking. They never mac to a crazy degree in this timeline. We'll be graduating in a year. We'll see. Before the epilogue's out, we'll see if it happens. Are you ditching, or did you see it? The ceremony... No, you didn't ditch. You saw it. The ceremony comes to an end, and the school starts to lose its liveliness. Okay. Spring break has started. Oh, yeah! Are you ready for the spring break? Are you ready for the good time? Most of the students have left with a smile, and the students in athletic clubs are getting ready for their training camps. Oh, boy. There aren't that many students left in the building. All the classrooms are empty. Ah, but Rin is going to be waiting for you. All the classrooms are empty, and the hallway is tinted in red.
やっと終わったわね。一世のやつ、最後までシローに手伝わせるんだもの。あれ、絶対嫌がらせよ。
So you're finally done, huh? Issei makes you help even on the last day. I'm sure that's his way of getting me back. An empty classroom. Tosaka smiles and says so as soon as she sees me coming into the red-tinted Class 2A. Of course.
バカ、遠坂がおかしなことするからだろ。そっちが余計なこと言わなきゃ、もっと早く解放されてたんだ。
That's because you did that ridiculous thing. I would have been freed a lot earlier if you hadn't gone and said needless things. Ah, you're being punished for their squabble. Or is it more your fault for not making the move sooner? I complain as I go into the classroom. Why is it so awkward to go into someone else's classroom even though they all look the same? I know that feeling for sure.
何よ、私のせいだって言うの、シロは。
What? Are you saying it's my fault, Shiro? Maybe that's what she's gonna do. She's gonna say, start calling me Rin. I mean, even that I think is a bit much, but... Given that... But then again, they didn't necessarily become romantic in future Shiro's version of events, necessarily.
半分は間違いなくな。いいか、いきなり仲良くなると変に思われるから、3年まで知らないふりしようって言ったの父さんだろ。
Half of it is definitely you.
なんであんなことしたんだよ。
Look, you're the one who said we should act as strangers until next year since everyone would get suspicious. So why did you do such a thing?
今日で2年も終わるんだから、ちょっとぐらいフライングしてもいいじゃない。
You don't mind a bit of a running start since this year's over, right?
だいたいね、無視するにしたって他に方法があるでしょ。
First of all, there are other ways to ignore me.
昼休みにすれ違うのならいざ知らず、私たちしかいなかったんだから、目配せの一つぐらいするのが筋ってものよ。
We weren't in a cafeteria or something. We were the only ones there, so at least give me a nod or something. I don't know why she's unhappy, but Tosaka looks away and complains. Issei's a fun true toy. Well, yeah. Because even in private, even in public, yeah, ignoring her like that makes her afraid because she still has some, she still has some of those lingering issues probably. She's still trying to hold her path and walk forward, but really, if anything, she's the ultimate faker because she's copying you and your confidence. So, so she sees you not acknowledge her and she gets like, oh, Shiro, no. Also, Issei's a fun chew toy. Is it because of the evening sunlight? Her familiar gesture looks so fresh and cute that I'm fascinated.
まったく。ほら、もらい物だけど飲むか。
Man, here I got this, but do you want it? I show her the orange juice that was distributed among the helpers.
もらうもらう。やった。シロってこういうところは気が利くのよね。
Oh, she sounds so excited. At least about this. Oh yeah, I'll take it. Good. You're considerate about things like this at least. She receives the juice box and takes a sip out of the straw. I added the at least, but it feels fitting. She's sitting by the window. She looks down at the campus as if she's watching something bright. Ellipses. The school life that she still kept going even despite the Tosaka lineage that was thrust upon her? Is that what's the something bright? The acceptance. The happiness that she decided to accept the school life, maybe? Ellipses. I follow her example and look down as I drink. It must be the track team that's running. Oh? What about the track team? The sure are energetic running like that when spring break starts tomorrow.
ねえ、エミヤくん。昔陸上部にいなかった？
Ooh, are they gonna talk about the moment? Hey, Emiya-kun, were you on the track team before? Then, Tosaka suddenly asks me a strange question.
陸上部？いや、俺は昔から弓道部だけど。
No, I was always in the archery club.
そっか。まあ、そういうこともあるわよね。夕焼け見てたら思い出しちゃった。
I see. Well, I guess there are times like that. Seeing the setting sun just reminded me. Telling me to forget about it, Tosai continues to drink the orange juice. Of course she would, defiant to the end. Just like how, it's hard for Shiro to reciprocate unless you make the first move. It's hard for her to talk about her feelings unless Shiro makes the first move in that regard. Ellipses. I'll forget about it if she wants me to. That's respectful, I guess. When she calls me Emiya-kun, half the time she's going to make a sarcastic remark, and the other half she's going to say something really important. I'm sure in this case it's the latter. After a month of studying magic under her. Oh, okay. I'm finally starting to recognize her habits. Alright, you've been properly learning from her to help out as much as you can. Be that superhero, or at least try to be.
にしてもあっという間だったな。
But time sure flies by. Not as fast as in Timeline 1. It's only been 1 month versus 6 in their epilogue.
聖杯戦争が終わってシロが私に弟子入りしてもう1ヶ月か。
It's already been a month
この分じゃ1年なんてすぐに過ぎ去るわね。
since the Holy Grail War ended and you became my apprentice. At this rate, I'm sure a year will fly by as well. Ellipses. It's been a month since Tosaka started teaching me the basics of magic. I've been busy with hard work and Tosaka's malicious nature, but she's right now that I think about it. The time's flying by. Malicious nature? Oh no. Did you get that from Kirai? Whoops. Maybe she should have thought of dropping that habit. This past month sure went by quickly. Just bone already. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for, exactly. I mean, they clearly are alluding to the idea that maybe, you know, they're keeping the fact they're dating secret from the general public. But yeah, until you show me the boning, I will not believe that you're not just... stop friend-zoning and show me the boning. Let Rin be the bone of your sword. So I'm sure a year would pass in a flash.
1年か。その頃にはこの学校ともお別れだな。
Oh, now you gotta talk about the future. A year, huh? We'll be leaving the school at that time.
そうね。この教室は今日限りの教室で4月になったら新しい教室になる。それと同じで1年後には違う場所に行くことになるんでしょうね。
Yeah, today'd be my last time in this classroom. And I'll be in a new classroom starting in April. You mean not next April, but next April? And just like that, I'll be going to a new place in a year. Is Shiro gonna follow her? What are we doing in the after effects? Tosaka holds her knee and looks down from the window. Oh, I can just picture it. The Rin knee holding image. Looks so sexy.
違う場所か。
A new place, huh? What will I be doing a year from now when I graduate? You certainly haven't thought much about the future until now, but now that you've seen what the future you potentially would look like, it's forced upon you. No, I don't even need to think about it. There's only one thing I must do. I need to make my ideal come true just like he did. I mean, a little different maybe, but sure. And well, here's one other big goal right now, but I don't want to think about it since it's irritating. Oh, what is it?
ねえ、エミヤ君は卒業したらどうするの？やっぱりお父さんの後を継ぐの？
What will you be doing after you graduate, Emiya-kun? Are you going to succeed your dad?
ね。あ、いや、そうだけど、後を継ぐっていうより、早く一人前になりたい。
Well, that's
そうじゃないと
true,
格好つかないだろ。
but I want to become a proper Magus more than I want to succeed my father. I can't boast until I'm a proper Magus. That's a start. That's definitely a start. If he's actually taking training from Rin, I would say. I don't know if they touched on that much in Timeline 1, the idea that he was taking any training from Rin, so maybe he wasn't. It means he might be being proactive, saying, Rin, please teach me. Because that's a way that he's actually looking towards the future. You know, finding some way, not spinning his wheels, finding some way to approach the future. I don't know what doing magic will help him much in the future. You know, unless he gets into another Grail War, but maybe. I can't boast until I'm a proper Magus.
へえ、かっこつかないって誰に？
Oh, and whom are you gonna boast to? You, obviously. Ellipses. Come on, Shiro, say it. You've been the one who's been better at coming out with your feelings than Rin anyways. Nah, Timeline 1 never mentioned any training. Yeah, he was still definitely spinning his wheels. This. My other goal is to make her admit defeat. Oh, to make her say that she loves you, maybe?
別にいいだろ。とにかく俺の急務は一人前になることで、そのために遠坂に弟子入りしたんだ。
Doesn't matter, right?
よろしく頼む。
My goal right now is to become a proper Magus, and that's why I'm your apprentice right now. Please give me your best regards for the next year.
あら、ずいぶんと強気ね。あと1年で一人前になろうだなんて。私、10年ぐらいは覚悟して師匠役を引き受けたんだけど。
That's on the nose.
そっか、エミヤ君はあと1年でいいんだ。
Oh, you sure are optimistic. You think you can become a proper magus in a year? I was ready to teach you for 10 years. There's an implication there that they'll get to keep seeing each other for 10 years. When you became my apprentice, but I see, you're fine with just one more year, huh?
10年
10 years?
それは嬉しいけど。いや、そうじゃなくて、えらく気の長い話じゃないか。
That's great, but
1年ならともかく、
No, that's not
10
it.
年なんて遠坂も疲れるだろう。
that's really a long way ahead. Wouldn't you get tired? No, this probably goes in line with Rin's new goal, as it were. Because Rin before was just spinning her wheels of a sort. Like, I have to make the Tosaka name proud. I have to make the Tosaka name proud, etc., etc. And I mean, if anything, Shiro's taking on the Tosaka name now that he has the fucking crest. But it's also sort of she believes so much in Shiro's goal that I guess her new goal is helping Shiro achieve that goal, and she is supposed to look out for him. She promised the other version of himself, so it makes sense that this might be her new trajectory, even if she wasn't sure necessarily of what one would be in the other before now, and even in the other timeline, she probably wasn't quite sure where things were going. Her and Shiro probably were spinning their wheels together to an extent. Would that have led to any kind of happy resolution? Maybe, but at least this one, there's more clear goals for both of them, I would say. Would you get tired?
別にエミヤ君の目標が一人前になることと同じで、私のしたいこともあなたを早く一人前にすることだもの。頭の中じゃちゃんと計画立ってるわよ。
As your goal is to
なんなら
become
紙にして渡そっか。
a proper magus, my goal is to make you a proper magus. I have it all planned out in my head, you know. Should I write it down and give it to you?
いや、
Well, that's, hey, if he becomes a fully proper magus, he'd probably be better at magic than just the D that Archer has, right? We still don't have her fucking true name in this timeline. What the fuck? We never got assassins either. But, what was I saying? Oh, right, yeah, his magic, his skills. Yeah, magic C-. I'm guessing this version of Shiro with Rin as a teacher will get much better than C- magic. Well, that's great, but
けどそれも無理かな。エミヤ君、お父さんの後を継ぐんでしょ。なら卒業した後もずっとこの町にいるってことよね。
he wants her to admit defeat, and she wants him to admit defeat, of course. That's just their son relationship. I guess it's impossible. You're going to succeed your dad, right? Then that means you'll be staying here after you graduate.
そうだけど、そういう遠坂はどうするんだよ。遠坂の家は冬木の管理人なんだろ。
Yeah.
遠坂だってこの町から離れられないんじゃないのか。
What are you going to do? Your family supervised this town. You can't leave this town, right? She said she was going to move, but did she mean like move towns or like move permanently into your house? We're going to start living together. What did she say exactly? I don't want to think about it. A new place, huh? Yeah, she said a new place. I'll be going to a new place in a year. Do you mean the new place like Emiya's house? You can't leave this town, right?
私は卒業したらロンドンに行くけど。
That's huge. That's, yeah, abandoning the Tosaka place of stuff. Me? I'll be going to London after I graduate. That is huge. Why London?
今回の件で魔術協会から推薦も取ったし、試験なしで入学させてくれるらしいわ。
Oh, a magic school. I got an admission recommendation because of what happened. I assume it's a magic school when you say what happened. You mean how you fared in the Grail War? So, I guess they're letting me in without any tests.
ロンドンって魔術協会の総本山のあのロンドン。
That's pretty huge. What? You mean that London? The headquarters of the Magic Association? That's pretty huge.
ええ、冬木の町じゃ限界があるし、5年ぐらいは時計塔で勉強しようかなって。
Yep. There's a limit to what I can do here. Something of studying there for about 5 years.
父さんもそうだったって言うし、 魔術師として一人前になりたいなら最高学府に行くのは当然じゃない？
So still following your father to an extent, huh? I wonder if you'll get over that in Timeline 3, or if that's just going to be a part of who you are. It's not necessarily a bad thing, because, I mean, this game doesn't really highlight the grody nature that I'm used to from Fate Zero, of him being not the best person. I hear that my dad did the same thing, and it's natural to go to the highest institute of education if you want to be a proper magus, right? Dashes. I'm stunned. It's so sudden that my head blanks out. Did her dad want to escape as well, but then came back? Maybe clutched still by the Tosaka brand that maybe Shiro can save her from is the idea. It's natural for Tosaka, who's a legitimate magus. I finally realized the difference in our positions.
London か。それすごいことなんだよな。
London, huh? That's a really amazing thing, right?
それは微妙じゃないかしら。
I don't know.
悔しいけど私本人の力を認められての招待じゃないわ。
Ah.
父さんの功績もあるし、今回の件だって単に最後まで残ったからだし。
And how does that make you feel? Maybe as soon as Shiro says, maybe she wants you to admit defeat, so as soon as you properly say your feelings for her, she'll turn it down in an instant. It's vexing, but it's not because they approve my own powers. I was only invited because of my dad's achievements, and because I'm the last one alive. Yeah, still tied to your dad's achievements. If you're willing to turn that down, that would definitely be growth. She speaks casually, but I'm sure it's an amazing thing. But London, huh? That's certainly too far away. My father wasn't in the Magic Association. I'm just like him, and I don't like formal stuff.
でもそれを言うならエミヤ君にだって資格はあるわ。
Oh.
私が推薦すれば入学試験ぐらいは受けさせてもらえると思うけど。
I thought he'd be pulling her away from that, but maybe she's gonna pull him away from that. Two different that's. You have the qualifications to enter in that case. I'm sure they'll test you if I recommend you. But I might be able to move there. Oh, big step. Oh, you can move. Just because you don't associate with the Magic Association doesn't mean you can't live in the general area. I can start working more. Study English. Hey, study English. You'll eventually be able to say the proper archer speech. Wait a second. Why does it feel like we're going in circles? Save up traveling and living expenses and find a job over there.
エミヤ君にとって教会は敵地だから乗り気はしないだろうけど、時計塔ならちゃんとした道具も揃ってるし、修行には持ってこいよ。
I know you're not enthusiastic about going over there since the Magic Association is your enemy, but the clock tower has proper equipment and it's really well suited for training.
でも固有結界は秘密にしないとダメだから、あくまで基礎力の試験になるのか。1年で足りるかな、時間。
I mean, I don't know about Archer's general English, but he said, like, I am the bone of my sword. Those lines were done pretty darn well. So even if he's not really good at English, and also, someone who's been raised to know Japanese for this long as their primary language, it's always hard for them to learn other languages properly because of the sound system that they grow up with. There's less sounds they just use in everyday conversation, so it's hard for them to learn other languages fully that use those other sounds. So saying that, if this year goes to London, he'll have a proper English is pretty unlikely. Not impossible, but I would say pretty unlikely. You have to keep your reality marble a secret. Oh, because that's gonna make them want to experiment on you. So I guess they'll test your basics. Whoa, would 1 year be enough? We're gonna have to do some overtime training. No, let's say I'm able to rent an apartment there. I don't know what kind of a place the clock tower is, but I'm sure Tosaka will get even busier. It should be better for me to go there after I become a proper magus by myself. How long do you think that'll take? Yeah, that sounds good. First of all, London isn't suited for me. I bet I'll faint if I go there and it's filled with people like Kotomine.
ちょっと、人の話聞いてる？エミヤ君。
Hey, are you listening to me, Emiya-kun?
なんか言ってたのか、登坂。
Huh? Were you saying something, Tosaka? He was thinking about his own way of getting that path. Hey, I do like thinkers, though. I like that Shiro's thinking. I mean, yes, he's thinking while someone else is talking to him and thinking about his own thing. But you know what? I'm down for it. I like thinker-made characters. And he's starting to think. Ellipses. Tosaka frowns and shuts her mouth. So, she's talking about her own way of maybe getting Shiro to come along, but Shiro, he's got his own plans, which is good. After taking a deep breath, she makes a serious face and...
言い忘れてたんだけど、私は登坂の後継者として招かれてるの。つまり、一人前の魔術師としてちゃんとした一人部屋をもらえるってこと。
I forgot to tell you, but I'm being invited as the successor of the Tosaka family. In other words, I can get a proper room as a proper magus. She says something strange. And you can, like, be my little secret and stay in the room with me? Is that where you're going? Huh?
だから、一人前の魔術師として認められているの。そうなると、弟子の一人や二人はいて当然でしょ?
Okay. I'm telling you that they approved me as a proper magus, so it's not unusual for me to have an apprentice or two, right?
ほら、向こうじゃ派閥争いもあるって言うし、一人ぐらいは弟子を連れて行ってもいいんだって。
Oh, fun. There are factional disputes there, so I'm allowed to take at least one of my apprentices. How many do you have, Tosaka? Who besides me? Tosaka sneaks a peek at me. It's all about who's gonna commit defeat first. Who's gonna force the other one to confess their love first? To make the smooch move first? I mean, Shiro's already said he loves you, but maybe not romantically.
それは。
That's... I may be blunt, but I know what Tosaka is trying to say. Hey, you caught on, finally! In a word...
そうよ。世話係としてなら、身内一人ぐらいは無条件で連れて行けるみたい。それなら、試験を受けることもないし、
I can
学費も
unconditionally
何もかも免除になるわ。
take one follower as an assistant. You won't have to take the test that way, and you'll be exempt from tuition fees. Sure sounds nice. You okay with Rin being that top for you that way, Shiro? With how much you like to make things your own way, I don't know if you'd want to... you want to let her be the top for you in that way. If you did, that would certainly be a development of sorts. She'd be taking all the expenses and you wouldn't have to do much. You could focus on saving people that way, but is that really the Shiro way? Adult Shiro and Rin trying to deal with magical politics sounds like a fun, a fun spin-off. You'll be exempt from tuition fees.
まあ、扱いは教会の学徒だけど、教会には属さないっていう損な役回りになっちゃうんだけど。
Well, but you'll be in a disadvantaged position because you'll be a student at the Magic Association without being part of it. Dashes. My head resumes its thinking. Of course. No, she hasn't made me admit defeat yet. No, I force it to start working again. What Tosaka is telling me. I put every cell in my brain to work to weigh the options I have. I must look funny as Tosaka is giggling.
なんだよ。俺は別にお前の言葉に踊らされてるんじゃなくてだな。
What? I'm not considering going there because you talked me into it, okay? Yeah, because Shiro's only been thinking about the idea of going there separately. She's the one been asking him, but all this internal thought of, I could go there even without being a student, has all been his internal thought that he hasn't externalized. So, if he was to externalize it, that would be a sort of an admission. So, Oh, the music stopped. I'm not considering going there because you talked me into it, okay?
言いたいことはそれだけ。私はロンドンに行くけど。
Is that all you want to tell me? Well, I'm going to London. Ooh, music. Different music. She looks kindly at me. Then Tosaka makes a mischievous expression. That is roughly the image I was imagining.
ねえ、シロはどうするの?
So what you do, Shiro. It was roughly the image I was imagining, but I was imagining a little more leg. What will you do indeed? I like it. It's fine. It's not the sexiest of images, but I'll take it. The Rin leg holding picture. Nice song. So what will you do, Shiro? She asked me gently, with eyes that see through me. She knows, but you know that she knows, and she knows that you know. It's all a dance at this point. Dashes. My face turns red. Her words and expression blow away my humility and my dislike of the magic association. This is what I mean by Tosaka holding my weakness. You're forced to be the bottom for life. But I guess it's okay if you're her bottom. And maybe it's okay for her to go on this Tosaka path if she gets to be your top. I can't help it if I fell in love with her.
あら、突然だんまり？私、答えを聞いてないんだけどな。
Oh? Why go silent now? I haven't heard your answer yet. She keeps smiling mischievously. She knows what my answer is, but she's mercilessly attacking me. That's just your relationship in a nutshell. Shiro is her servant after all. Yeah, I suppose. It's only fitting.
だから俺は
To be honest, London is too far away, but I can't imagine myself being taught by anyone other than Tosaka. Sure, it's just about the teaching. That's what matters. I never even thought about parting with her. Most of all, I want to be with Tosaka.
もう、大事なことなんだからはっきり聞かせなさい。
Be clear, this is important.
世話係になっちゃうけど、私と一緒に行ってくれる？
Will you still come with me, even if it's as my assistant?
うるさいバカバカバカバカ大事なことならもっとちゃんとした場所で言えってんだいきなり言われて口にできるか
Oh, he's still trying to make her admit defeat, huh? Shut up, you idiot! You idiot, idiot, idiot! Baka, baka, baka! If it's so important, tell me about it in a more appropriate place. I can't answer you when it's so sudden. I don't know what'll happen to me if I keep staring at her, so I look away. I still feel Tosaga's presence. Just do it already, or say you're gonna do it. Don't just keep implying forever. She's happily watching my reaction.
ね、シロ。答えは？
Yes. Force it out of him. Force him to be the bottom that he is. Hey, Shiro, what's your answer? She murmurs gently. She's got me beat. Is it this hard to nod and reply honestly? Ellipses. But I can't turn around unless I say it to her.
バカそんな分かりきったこと聞くな
You idiot. Don't ask me such an obvious question. I meet Tosaka's gaze and tell her my honest opinion. Her smile broadens at those words. She admits that going there because of her father's sake is vexing. I wonder, is this a test or does she genuinely want to go there? Was she just seeing if he cared that much? Or if she does? Because if she does, I still feel like... She said she knows it's vexing, so... There's realization without the development? Or is there development and she's just fucking with him to see if he'll give in?
じゃあ、これからもよろしくね、エミヤくん。
Okay, then please give me your best regards from now on, Emiya-kun. Seems legit.
あなたが一人前になるまで遠慮なく鍛えてあげるから覚悟なさい。
I'm gonna train you until you become a proper magus, so prepare yourself. She's only going there to force Shiro to be with her? I mean, I guess that's one way of making a move to be like, well, I guess that's true if she forces him to follow her versus if she lets him lead, you know, it's by leading, it's one way to take care of him, as it were. If she lets him lead, there's more worry of him going astray because he doesn't still have necessarily the clearest of paths, which is true, I suppose. So it's more doing the Tosaka path still for her own sake than for the Tosaka's sake, which is debatably what she's been doing all along. Debatably.
そっちこそ言っとくけど本気にしたぞ。こうなったら一人前になるまでちゃんと面倒見てもらうからな。
Same to you. I took that seriously. I'm gonna get taught by you until I become a proper magus.
もちろん白を真人間にして思いっきりハッピーにするのが私の野望なんだから。ロンドンに連れてくぐらいで値を上げられちゃたまらないわ。
I'm gonna make you an honest man and have you lead a happy life. I won't allow you to give up just by getting taken to London. Yeah. The happy life part is important, Shiro. You need that happiness. Where did her previous prettiness go? What, you think she's more pretty when she's being Sun? She says so with a daring smile and jumps off the desk. The sunset should end soon. Spring break will end, April will come, and another year should pass by quickly. We'll part with this scenery until then. After a year, Tosaka and I will spend our final days of student life here.
帰りましょう。今夜はエミヤくん家で賑やかに晩ご飯にするんだから。
Let's go home. It'll be a lively dinner at your place today. She's still hanging out at his place, at least. What about Sakura? I know that only on weekends? Okay. How jealous is she of Rin at this point? We never got a chance for her to really see how jealous she would be. We leave the classroom without any lingering memories. We can still hear the club activities from outdoors. That's a nice idea of where the path could be going. The sounds are far off and they remind me of the sword fight. Of course they do. Still stuck on that sword fight. Still stuck in the present. At least you're going to be dragged to some future by Rin. I can't stay in the same place forever. Yes! Admission! You have been in the same place for a long time. Tosaka and I will be going someplace different in a year. That's one way to force your progress. Should be a while before I find out if it's the right choice or not. I recall that red figure one more time. Neither this classroom nor that fight will change. Everything is the same. Everything is an illusion, like a mirage that disappears when one turns around. But I can get there if I aim high. I'll surely be able to catch up to his back with Tosaka's help. You can catch up to him, but how much further can you go past him is the real question. Sure, you can never hit the real ideal that he tried and failed to achieve, but at least you can surpass him and get closer to the mark, right? I'll come up with an answer at that time. The swords that echo far away. By relying on those sounds, I shall eventually reach that place. Walking with the wind blowing in your face, walking toward the future. Busy days with no compass to guide you. After traveling to distant exotic countries, you return to where you belong one sunny day. No compass. You return to where you belong? As in, future Shiro will return to the path that he was always meant to go on? The path he's meant to go on being, you know, the ideal. I like that. An uncertain future, but at least he's walking there with pride, yeah. He doesn't know if it's right, but a lot of the time you can't know if the future will be right. But you still gotta try anyways. And at least he's confident in where he's going. Oh, yeah, thanks, Parzivuz. How do you say that name? Parzivuz. US for the follow, last minute follow during today's stream, during the end of the route. That was nice. I like it. Looking at the whole timeline in hindsight, it's a bit hard for me to wrap my thoughts together right now. I was saying before we got here that I would weigh as if I like Timeline 1 more than this one before we got to, you know, wrapping up and seeing everything. I definitely grew more appreciation for the Archer and Shiro dynamic, for sure. I'll have to do some thinking and stewing on which I prefer more. I think it's definitely closer. I can't easily say that I prefer Timeline 1 anymore, which I could before I got some more appreciation for Shiro's arc, which I did through the process of this. Yeah, that was nice. The theoretical place Shiro and Rin are going is nice. But they never truly made out. They still, you know, they beat it around the bush to the very end. So, headcanon. Maybe she's still the Leia. Yeah, I like that too. I like that Shonen didn't do the usual... Shiro didn't use the usual Shonen thing and say his path was the right one. He doubts he's uncertain, but with Rin, maybe he can find something in the end. Yeah, I like that too, that he... Yeah, it's true that the future for a lot of us in real life is uncertain, but we have to hope the one we're doing is the right one, but we don't know. There is something to the feigning confidence, though, which is more of Rin's character, of maybe she doubts herself a lot, but she still always says it's the right one, because someone has to, you know, have that confidence. So Rin is more the type that will say it's the right one, whether or not she believes it's right, because it helps her with her own confidence issues. And she was inspired by Shiro, funnily enough, but Shiro's the one less confident than ever. Arguably, he's less confident of where things are going now than, yeah, I know, endings list. He's less confident of where things are going now than where where they were going before this whole ending, but, it's still more healthier overall. Do we continue? Do I click? I do click. Answer. Oh, what? Oh, right, future Shira. Because, of course, after Timeline 1, we saw a little bit of a afterthought for Saber. So we're getting an afterthought for future Shira, of course. What came and went were distant memories. They were signs that he forgot and cast away. Something that cannot be returned. Forgotten, cast away. The sparks of the crashing swords. Crashing spirits. Just like the other Shiro, he's bent up on that clash. Shiro is Shiro. Many dozens of unskilled attacks and defenses. They were clumsy attacks that just tried to deny each other. No, I can't do it. I can't do it! I wanted to make it all the way, but now that I realize we have this epilogue, I don't know how long this answer, I don't know how long this is going to go on for, and I do gotta pee. Future Shiro doing good? There probably won't be much left after this before I end the stream, but I gotta pee, and I don't want to have to pee the whole time through this. So yes, last intermission of this stream. Good ending, heh. Well, good ending of this timeline. The final pee break, kinda. True ending, good ending, whatever. I think it's a decently good ending. Future Shiro got to have some happy stuff. Shiro and Rin are gonna have a decent, okay future. And, you know, Ely is dead, so that sucks, but, like... The sparks of the crashing swords. Crashing spirits. Many dozens of unskilled attacks and defenses. They were clumsy attacks that tried to deny each other. Just tried to deny each other. Why did such a thing revive a worn-out oath. They were impossible attacks. His charging body is covered in wounds. His fingers are broken. His limbs are slashed apart. And Shiro kept Avalon him the whole time. During Timeline 2. Still with him. That's going to be useful for him for sure. Limbs are slashed apart. His breathing is stopped, although the boy does not know it. Even at a rush, his speed is trifling and his attacks are mediocre. Yeah, also Archer thinking about the fight is interesting. Because after the echo disappeared, he shouldn't have memories of this, except for a subconscious feeling. This suggests that it was very strong, so even if he doesn't remember everything, he remembers the fight. I could see that. His limbs are slashed apart, his breathing is stopped. Boy does not know it. Even at a rush, his speed is trifling, and his attacks are mediocre. Although he has absorbed his combat skill, his techniques are now as clumsy as an amateur's again. His attack is executed haphazardly. Yeah, the fight stays. And it gives him renewed vigor to keep helping out, to be less cynical. That's nice. But how exactly did this start, actually? Thinking about it from that perspective. What came and went for distant memories, signs that he forgot and cast away, something that cannot be returned. Crashing swords, crashing spirits. Why did such a thing? And the Rin smile maybe helped, yeah. His attack is executed haphazardly, but his attack is heavier than any that came before. There is no superhero. The boy's mind is obliterated by the one who grew to realize that fact more than anyone. The disordered mind should collapse from the stress. It should, but it didn't. It is obvious that the boy will be devoured by his contradiction. But where are the signs of his defeat? He moves his wounded body and steadies his faltering mind. There's no hesitation in his attacks. His fury is incomparable to before. The boy swings his sword recklessly. The attacks are equally matched. The space is filled with sparks, and everything entering it will be cut to pieces. It is the embodiment of their minds that melt together even though they repel each other. The desperate attack is only a dying spark that a man gives off in his last moment. The boy gasps with each attack, almost falls, steadies himself, and attacks yet again. Dashes. Seeing it, he is confident that his enemy has no power left. The boy in front of him is a corpse. But why is there infinite power in his arms holding the sword? That's what he said. He's still just made of the swords. Even if he's a corpse that still is able to wield those swords. He sees an illusion. It must be because he got bored with seeing someone attacking, even though he knows it's useless. The irritation boils up his most detestable impulse. He can't even remember what Shiro was saying again. I mean, he was completely ignoring what Shiro was saying in the time, too. All that really matters is the clash, and what came through the actions rather than the words. The words really only mattered to Shiro, not Emiya. Shiro Tosaka instead of Shiro Emiya. Get it? What did he feel was beautiful and noble? The boy said that he does not want to see people die meaninglessly. He wanted to save everyone who was in trouble if they could be saved. It is out of the question. He knows such a wish is just meaningless hypocrisy. An ideal where others are more important than yourself is an ideal that should never be held. But did he ever not dream that such a life would be wonderful? Ellipses. And an exclamation point. He cannot hear what his enemy is saying. His enemy's voice is too weak to be heard, but his attacks are fierce. The enemy's hands are already one with the hilt. It must be to fix the sword there, but the impact will go to his body like that. Fix the sword there so it can't waver. His determination can't waver. The boy is covered with blood, and he will die if he retreats. For the boy, every attack comes with great pain. Ellipses! Exclamation point! The voices are hard to pick up. The boy, who is on the verge of death, frantically opposes the impediment in front of him. He does not need to be told where the boy's motivation is coming from. It is a bad dream. He is shown an old mirror image. He keeps swinging his sword with tearing arms. The blue is interesting, as if the blue is himself lost in the oath-hatingness, but maybe he gets to see Shiro and that breaks him out of this blue swirl of depression. I don't know. Or maybe that's just me reading too much into it as usual. Keeps swinging his sword with tearing arms. The only thing there is a strained yell. Ellipses! There were people that could not be saved, and there was him who could not save them. He saw people dying meaninglessly, and he swore never to let such a thing occur again. Ellipses! There's only one thing that comes and goes through his mind. Things he believes in. Things he believed in. An ideal he swore never to surrender. Something he will never surrender. And so, he realizes there will be no end to the attacks. This enemy will not stop. That's just how determined you were, or is it how determined you are? The enemy will never stop on his own. Even though the boy is attacking with all his power, he is taking no notice of him. The boy is only trying to slash himself, the one who obstructs himself. His enemy is fighting for the things he believed, and for the things he will keep on believing in. Dashes. Realizing that, he grits his teeth. The boy keeps challenging, even though he knows he cannot win, and that it is meaningless. That is the exact mistake he made. Or is it? But then why? Why do these eyes keep on staring at him? Another crashing sound. The attack is parried. The enemy that could not block any attacks repels the attack like nothing. The mirror breaks. Ah, the mirror of seeing each other. This is when that version of Shiro finally breaks away. He is not strong. He is not strong at all. He fights risking his life, looking ugly and miserable. But who in the world can laugh at him? Gilgamesh? Dashes. Shinji. He stops his breath. Parrying the oncoming attack, the enemy readies his sword again. A final blow. Will the boy stay standing in spite of all his wounds and the strain on his mind? Will the boy stay standing? And the answer is yes. Of course. The boy overcame such limits 10 times. It is obvious that the enemy will not stop, even if this attack is blocked. Ellipses! The boy slashes his sword, even though he is collapsing. Those eyes, they're looking straight at him. He sees a familiar dream for an instant. Whose dream was that? And who inherited that dream? Oh? You refuse to say? You refuse to call yourself Shiro? As if you denounced that name and just became Emiya? And yet, it was Kiritsugu Emiya's dream. And you took on that name when you became a spirit, so... The boy's voice reaches the empty mind. A single scenery closes in. What an ugly, fanatic goodwill. A beautiful ideal to struggle for. The final blow is coming in. But the man does not watch the sword that is about to pierce him. That is the only thing on the boy's mind. Even if his heart is a fake, the beauty of what he believed in is real. That is something he cannot lie about. It is the origin of his powers. Oh man! Oh! I think the song is helping, but oh! That's really getting to me. Oh, I like Future Shiro a lot. I mean, I like Shiro in general at this point, but oh! I felt myself on the verge of tears there. I really like seeing the future Shiro with his echo gone, thinking about, you know, remembering this fight, the fight mattering for him, that it'll bring the dream back so that across all timelines now, past and future, you know, he doesn't have to suffer for eternity. You know, it's something you can assume, but seeing it spelled out, seeing the thoughts that he was having from his perspective, like, if anything, he gets to further delve now than he did back then, because it's isolated. Something he cannot lie about. It's the origin of his powers. The boy cries out with a smashed throat. Oh, have I ever actually cried during a Let's Play? I don't think I've even gotten this close. I don't think I've genuinely cried during an LP before. Like, I've been sad, but I don't cry. And I'm not crying yet, but I'm close. The boy cries out with a smashed throat. That he wants everyone to be happy. Yes. There is no road of retreat. Because the dream is... he has made numerous mistakes. He had no way to atone for them, except for hating and killing himself. It's the easy way out. Definitely easy, because you already didn't like yourself to begin with to an extent. His hands are covered in blood, and it's something that can never be forgiven. But still, a straight gaze. Mistakes and lies. Shaking off everything. Running on without stopping. I mean, that's being human, right? You make mistakes, but You have to move on. You can't let them burden you forever. Which Shiro is very bad about. That fire is, still haunting him. And I would say even to Timeline 3, there's definitely still some haunt. And some things you never get over fully. But you still have to make peace with what you can. The battle ends with a victory. The pain in his chest does not lift up his conviction. As the man hates himself, salvation will never be given. But he earns a small answer. The answer is only for this summoning. It is a meaningless thing that he will forget the next time he is summoned. But there is nothing to regret. Not regretting. It is something that has already been built up, something that the boy will build using all his life. There is only one thing coming and going through his mind. There is regret. He does not know how many times he wished to redo things. Heroic Spirit Emi will forever curse this end. But still...
それでも俺は間違えてなどいなかった。
But still, I was not wrong. No, you weren't, buddy. No, you weren't. There is nothing to talk about. With who? Your past self? Still, I was not wrong. That's what Archer gained. Even if he's made a lot of mistakes, even if maybe becoming Heroic Spirit was a mistake, he wasn't wrong to want to try. That's certainly worth something. And maybe it could blossom more in the future. If every time he's summoned, he comes with that perspective. Just like how every time he summoned, he came with a bad perspective in the past and it got worse. Here, maybe it'll just get better. The boy will remain and he will leave. The only things that remain are the exchanged blows. The path is long. Relying on the sounds of the swords echoing far away, the boy heads for the deserted plains. Finn. Do I have to click? Do I have to click or are you going to fade? Do I have to click or are you going to fade? I'm going to click. I clicked. What? What? But when timeline 1 ended, it went yellow. When timeline 2 ends, it stays the same as the base? Okay. Yeah, ED list. Wait, what? Unlimited Blade Works True End. Fate True End. They added 2 more. There was like 3 endings, now there's 5? Oh. Okay, that's gonna be fun to search for. I enjoy this. All right. I kind of just accepted that, okay, we're going to do this. Then we'll get through that. Then we're going to do that. And then we're going to do that. But I enjoy searching for stuff like this. I actually like finding my way through the alternate timelines, but here being like, oh, okay, we'll do timeline 1. Oh, load up the UBW executable. Here's timeline 2. I enjoyed that feeling so much when I seem to stumble upon UBW in the Fate timeline, which apparently leads to a bad ending that I never fully went through. But I wonder if you can even find the other ending. I don't know. I'll probably try, though not right now. For the day, we're definitely done. Oh, Future Shiro. I really like Future Shiro. And his whole, arc. And him being a spirit. And we didn't get a full deep dive into him. But, I liked that a lot. That I didn't quite tear up, but I was almost there. So, yeah, I still want to search for, at the very least, all the obvious bad endings. I've made sure to not overwrite any save points. Not save points, sorry, I've overwritten plenty. Not to overwrite any choices. So, I'll do what I did with Timeline 1. Well, first of all, the first thing I'm going to end up doing the next time I stream is I'll see the Taiga Dojos that I just skipped. Because I was like, you're spoiling me, game! How dare you! So, like, these ones, and then, but yeah, there was, like, 2 Taiga Dojos that I just decided no thanks. So I'll make sure to watch those. And then after I do that, I will probably go on a bit of a hunt for where I expect others to be. Now, as for finding another proper ending beyond that within the executable, I don't know if we're going to go fully for that. I'll do what I did in Timeline 1. I'll try to scratch my itch. If I end up stumbling onto a choice that leads to a hugely different thing, then I'll probably just keep going with it. If it's something where you have to get do a lot of checkpoints, and the ending only changes a lot once you get there, past the point where you wouldn't make choices, which don't tell me necessarily, then that's something where I might look for it afterwards, like after I'm even maybe done with Timeline 3, as it were, but yeah, there's definitely, I'm interested. I will at least probably try to look for this alternate ending. I don't know how deep down the rabbit hole I'll go, but I probably won't try until I do Timeline 3, at least assuming I am going deep down the rabbit hole, but it's something that I'm a fan of trying, so I'm definitely going to try, though not right now. Oh, by the way, also the name, Brilliant Years. Future Shiro's Brilliant Years, and then Continuation of the Dream. Ooh. It's better to see it while UBW is still fresh in the memory, I suppose. But again, I'm gonna try looking for stuff, don't get me wrong. Yeah, but if I don't stumble onto it, I'm not gonna waste too much time. We'll see. No, I'm good at reminding myself if I need to. Like, if I do, let's say, Timeline 3, and then go to look for that, for example, I would make sure to remind myself on important events. But anyways, for now, yeah, we're done for the day. Actually, we've basically hit the normal stop point. So, tomorrow... Wait, I can stop recording since this doesn't concern YouTube anyways. YouTube, that was a good video. Good finale. I might have some more post-thoughts to talk about when I have some time to let this ending stir and the pathway stir. I'll talk about those next time I record stream. See you guys next time. Still don't have an outro phrase. Goodbye. It's over. Stop recording.